learning as a transformative experience that nurtures the leaders of tomorrow. Under his guidance, Centurion University has emerged as a beacon of innovation, inclusivity, and excellence. But what truly sets him apart is his dynamic energy. Unlike the traditional speakers, he brings forth joy, enthusiasm, and a refreshing sense of engagement. His presence alone ignites good vibes and makes every conversation lively and inspiring. Moreover, Dr. Mishra is an exceptional impromptu speaker who doesn't follow the conventional script. Rather, he engages that in a way that is way spontaneous, as well as it's thought provoking and deeply relevant to the moment. Today, he is here to interact with us and challenge our perspectives, guide us through the nuances of governance, leadership, and discourse. Without further ado, let us welcome Dr. Muktikant Mishra to take the floor and address the House. Sir, please.
Good afternoon to all of you. So you had lunch? Can everyone or can you people just switch off or put this mobile on silence mode if unless until you are expecting a call from Prime Minister Modi? That's the only exception. Because then that's the problem आ जाएगा. Huh? थोड़ा 10 minutes. You know, in my life I've never written a speech, never. But because you people are so important and you have come from all over the country, so I thought that let me be formal. I wrote a speech and then my office printed it, but I don't think that I have patience to read this, and this speech is very boring. Okay, so Sangram can read this for you later and you can put it in the website. But I wrote it with a lot of care. Okay, so you know, the people introduced that I'm a visionary and education, skill, and all this. First thing, can any of you define what is education? What do you think? What is education? What do you mean by education? कोई बंडल में मार सकता है, बंडल में मार सकते हो, ब्लॉक में मार सकते हो. हाँ बताओ, टेल मी. Define holistic. How holistic something for you is very different. For Ramdev Baba will be different. For Madam it will be different. How do you holistic for me? I want to be a holistic thief. So, you know, so that can be also defined. So what is your, like I have a friend who says that he wants to be a millionaire but still he's a pauper. But that is holistic development. I said that what is purpose? And I want to be a millionaire. I said, but if for 60 years you've been talking that you will be a millionaire. No, I'll become before my death. So is that a holistic development? What is the holistic development? What is value? What is value for you? Like for a soldier going to the front can kill a person, but comes to the village, slaps a person, goes to jail.
Any positive thinking which can be different.
But what is positive for you is negative for me.
But it depends. It should be.
I say that I love you. You say that how can you tell that you love me? You give me a slap. For me it is positive. I couldn't understand why you are slapping me. I simply said I love you. So that perspective, right?
Perspective changes, but if I am slapping you, it's my bad. So it's not in my value.
No, it is your value because somebody is trying to say that I love you. You don't like that word.
But it's not my right to slap you.
How do you know that? If somebody, you can say, if teaching, you can file a police case also.
You are not saying or degrading towards me. You are just expressing your views and we can express our views.
But anyway, so that, okay, argument sake, it's all right. You and I, we can good argument. I don't have time that much, but thank you very much. I am very happy. Where are you from? ओ इसीलिए तुम मोदी जी का ऐसे मैं बोलता इतना इतना बात कोई जो कर रहा है भाई, तुम पूरा इसको लिखो भाई, इसको मॉडल को बनाओ. ये पूरा सेंचुरियन में सब बच्चों की इसका डीएनए लो, थोड़ा उसको इंजेक्ट करो. मेरा बच्चे गूंगा बन जाते हैं, बात नहीं करते. आई लव दिस. ओके, एंड आई लव यू टू. ओके, but don't slap me. Okay, so basically the education, when we talk about education, it's only one word education should mean: making a human being responsible and productive. That's it. Productive, you can say, how do you define productive? When what you said, that adding something value which what more than what he consumes or she consumes. Okay. So suppose, for example, I am consuming. Okay. What is that without which you can't? You will not live. You will die in next 1 day, 5 days, 10 days. What is that thing which without which you can't live? Love, affection, mother, father, money, oxygen. Without oxygen, we can't live. Do you have any idea how much oxygen you consume in a day? How education has made you productive. You don't know without which you can't live, that how much quantity you need. Have you ever seen that 3 लीटर पानी पीना चाहिए, वो डॉक्टर बोलता है कि 4 लीटर पानी पीना चाहिए, तुमको इतना मिलेट खाना चाहिए, कि इतना दही खाना चाहिए, वो कभी दिखा इतना ऑक्सीजन लेना चाहिए, कुछ मिलता है कभी? And how do you produce oxygen? Who produces oxygen? Not plants, trees. Plants consume that much. Okay, and of course there are plants which are in the sea. They produce also because they don't consume much, but they don't do. But we don't. Let us not get into the trees. How many of you have planted trees? How many? So guys, तुमने अच्छा काम किया है? हाँ किया हूँ. कितना काम किया है? पता नहीं. So tree कितना? How many trees you have planted? Yes, sir. See, he has come. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Congratulations. A round of applause. Please, and we must, celebrate his achievement. 10,000 trees. For your all the grown-ups here, including juries and myself, we need 16 feet, at least 11 trees. At least. So somebody else is producing oxygen for you. When you are a liability citizen for oxygen, without which you live, say about for a minute or half, and how can you call yourself a productive citizen? We are not. Okay. So if you come to our Bhubaneswar campus, which we got a land on which a blade of grass doesn't grow, not a blade of grass. When I took that land, a friend of mine from US and from Australia, they came. They told me that you cannot have an institute here because there is no soil, there is no water, there is no grass, there is nothing. How can? But today, even though cyclone, we lost everything in 2019 on 4th May, we are the most green campus among any private university or any university which has not inherited greenery. It is a man-made. Not a single drop of water goes out of our campus to the municipality drain. We consume our entire wastewater. We consume entire waste paper we generate because of the examination and library. We make handmade paper. All our plastic bottles go into the papers which we make. All the tires from the bus which comes out also used for our papers. Just 3 days before, I started collecting all the water which drops out of the air conditioners and to use it for our breeding of turtles. So air conditioned water, suddenly I realized that this air conditioned water is becoming waste. So what we do about it? So we are making provisions because do you know how many liters of water one air conditioned, discharges in a day if it runs for 10 hours or 12 hours or hourly, let us say? No idea? In an hour, one air conditioner, depending on the capacity, an average, thumb rule. I'm talking about thumb rule. Okay, don't question me. No, मेरा घर में तो 6 लीटर निकला था, आपने 4 लीटर से 500 ग्राम बोला था. On an average, per hour, one air conditioner, 1.5 tons, generates around 1 liter of water. Okay, and that water is very pure water. So what happens? Just imagine 10 hours, 24 hours also air conditioners run. Most of us, we are what I call ourselves, we are ecological criminals, including myself, all of us. In this air conditioner room we are sitting, we can't handle the sun. I can't handle, after my COVID, I can't handle the sun outside even for 10 minutes. So I am an ecological criminal. But I try to compensate it. That's what education does. How you are responsible and productive. Okay. My education teaches me, or my experience teaches me that you are a liability citizen. Day in, day out, you must work on yourself. Forget about sermoning others. What am I doing? That is most important. Am I following the path which I am supposed to? Am I a surplus citizen or I am a liability citizen? There are 3 types of citizens. surplus citizen, liability citizen, and neutral citizen. People, whatever they do, they consume that much, they are 90%. 9% are all liability citizens, or rather, more than that. But most of us do not recognize that what sort of things we are taking from the Mother Earth or universe. So as a university, as an institution, as the community, as a women, because why I am talking to women, I am telling you this thing, because to me, I lost my mother when I was 7 years old. I lost my sister when I was 6 years old. So I'm a very gender positive person. That's why what you are seeing, that leadership is actually, Professor Raju didn't say that we have also many deans as, my first preference always women to be the dean or the director, whatever. If I don't find somebody or women do not show interest, like we have a company which we got a grant for food testing lab, ladies, one woman professor is leading that, most of the deans are women. So I believe women are more capable than men. Maybe because of my deprivation from my childhood, but I believe that. Because I know if my mother would have been alive, I would have been different. I would have been more caring, I would have been more sensitive, I would have been more responsible, probably. So, as a matter of choice, are we doing enough? No, leadership comes later. Are we leading myself in the right path? Am I doing things which forget about talking about the ethics, morality, forget about that. That comes later. Inclusivity, which we are talking, it should not be just like it should be an ideology. Diversity should be by design. Innovation by the impulse. So by impulse it should be innovative. Like I told you that, 4 days before, one night I realized that what is happening to all this, because I saw some water spilling on my balcony from the air conditioner. So I have found a solution to that. I'm going to collect, and my estimate is that in my campus we have got 500, 600 ACs. Probably we'll have 10,000 liters of water in a day. 10,000 liter pure water. So already sample has gone to the lab for testing, and I'm trying to use it for breeding purpose. And I have a theory, and I go by theory. I have a theory that this water, normally because our breeding happens in the, and we breed everything. We breed birds, we breed fish, we breed turtle, we breed rabbit, we breed also guinea pigs. Anything I see of interest, we breed also bees. We distribute a lot of bee boxes because do you know? Okay, I'll tell you a story. What happened? I have a rooftop garden, and in that rooftop garden, zucchini. Do you know what is zucchini? So zucchini, every year we used to plant, or about 2 years, it never used to fruit properly. It used to get rotten. It used to get never you get a proper zucchini. So then I realized that it is nothing to, because this same the seed I get from Australia, which is my second home, and the seed is best of the quality. I said that how this is happening. There's a sample seed I get once in a while, and from the research lab, it's happening same thing. Then I said that okay, let us do the hand pollination of this. And the moment we did the hand pollination, lovely zucchinis came out. And who does the pollination? Bees. Why it was not happening? Because Bhubaneswar had a disease, our city, and all the bees had died. So now again, it has come back now. But 2 years, we didn't have any bees in Bhubaneswar. So it affected the pollination. So by design, we are now navigating how we grow, nurture bees. So if this campus also has plenty of that, but you have to take care of them because see the heat. And you don't have much flowers. So this campus, whatever greenery you are seeing and whatever you will see, because agriculture, we do a lot of productions. So that's why the responsibility. You have to be responsible and productive citizen. So, and that should start from the institutions. And from normally, institutions always believe in supply side. Whatever they will teach you, you will accept it. Start challenging as leaders of future. Start challenging that. So move out of the circle, move out of the square. Challenge that. I will tell you something which is very interesting, which is my life story. Okay. So we have a priest in my village, and his father was a priest, his grandfather was a priest, his great-grandfather was a priest. And so one day he decided that, enough godly worshipping I have done. So I have taken care of God. 70 saal मैंने उनको नहाया, उनको खिलाया पिलाया, जो भी normally everything we offer to the God, best of thing, because we want to eat that food, so we in the name of God we start offering. So the best of that, lot of festivals we do in the name of God, but who eats that? God को प्रसाद चढ़ाया, खाया कौन? मैंने खाया. Okay, so ये भगवान का नाम पे हम काफी लूटते हैं. That's fine, so we have 33 million gods and we have no time for any other thing. We worship is work here. Work is not worship. So we believe we are, that is our fundamental DNA, which says that as much as you worship, that much work you do. Okay. So वो आदमी, वो बेचारा बोला कि 70 साल मैंने पूजा किया भगवान को, उसको खाना फाना खिलाया. So now God should take care of him. So every temple has a banyan tree. Do you understand banyan tree? All of you? What happened to you? You are upset about something? Or your colleagues have not come, so you are worried about them. Don't worry, they will find you. So, banyan tree, who doesn't know banyan tree? अरे banyan tree किसको पता नहीं है? Who doesn't know? Parul University, do you know banyan tree? Huh? You don't know? You know? You have a banyan tree in your campus?
Yes, sir.
You have? Okay. So very good. Which university doesn't have a banyan tree? सबके पास है? चलो, अच्छा हो गया. So a priest went and sat down under the banyan tree, said that, God, I have taken care of you 70 years, now you come down and take care of it. Okay. So day 1 passed, day 2 passed, God is very busy, he has got other things, he has got also Elon Musk, Donald Trump to take care of them. So he has to find time because they are more powerful, more important people. God is also very selfish and he also takes care of the people who, are more powerful than he feels than him. So finally, after 3-4 days, when he was starving, it started raining, and with this kind of sun, so he was almost collapsing. So that time, somebody was passing by, so offered him that, can I help you? I'm a doctor. You are not looking all right. Can I treat you? So he said, no. I'm waiting for the God who will take care of it. So he went and the patient came back. Again, he was sitting. He again offered. So he said, no. I don't worry about me. I will take care. God will take care of me. Like that, another family was passing by, they offered, so he refused. After that, another person was passing by. Like this, he died. After 7-8 days, 10 days, starvation also has a limit. So he died. Okay. So when he died, where he went? Because 70 years he served the God, God took him to heaven. Okay. All of us will go to hell, but we think that there is a hell. Okay. So let us say that heaven. So nobody said the hell. Who says that God lives in heaven? Gujarat? So okay. So when he went there, so God, for me, God is a woman. Okay. For a lot of people, God is a man. For me, I think God is always a woman, because you said that God has created us. How can somebody create? Men don't create anything. Women create. Okay. So I think that God is a woman to me. Okay. So he saw God is very busy with all the radhas and whatever he was doing, and always. There will be one man, many women. That also is not good, So why not one goddess and many husbands? Other than Draupadi, nobody had their privilege. So that's not fair also. Almost all men God had many wives and kind of thing. But, women goddess have only, Draupadi, if it is a god, then only she was allowed to have 5 husbands. Okay. So he started scolding, abusing God. God said that, I have no time, don't go away. So he then went, then finally he came and again started banging and kind of things, so God didn't listen. So he came with a stone to throw at the God. So he threw that stone to the God. So God stopped that stone. He said, what is your problem? He said that, you bloody fellow, 210 years we worshipped you. I wanted to die peacefully, having full stomach, properly taken care of. Only for 10-15 days, then I would have died. I wanted to die, but I wanted to have a good death. So I had a tortuous death. I was hungry, I was angry, I was sweating, I was, toileting on my place. So that's not done. So you are so selfish. He said that, it's not me, it is you. He said, what do you mean it's me? Because you couldn't recognize I came in 3 forms. You didn't recognize. So I came as a doctor, you said no. I came as a family, you said no. I came as a Samaritan, you said no. So you didn't want to take my help. So how do you define God? So in his mind, he thought that God will come with a murti, munduka, kutunduka, all these things. That sun ray will come out like a Kunti had a baby from the sun god, and kind of. See, this kind of perception we carry in our mind, that we get stuck with our stereotype. So first principle you should do that whatever you ask yourself, always learn to communicate with yourself. Self-communication is most important. We do everything, don't self-communicate. We find 100 problems with others, but we don't find problems with ourselves. I'm not saying that you become Sri Ravi Shankar or Ramdev Baba and all these things. No, you become you. That is the first step of the leadership. Forget about, politics is dirty. No, leadership is nothing to do with the politics, nothing to do with the parliament, nothing to getting elected to somewhere. I don't care. But are you a good leader for yourself in your life? Are you an example for your friends and peers? Are you an example for your village? Are you doing something which others say? It's another story also. But like, parents have a tendency, always will say, तू देख वो झा जी का बेटी कितना अच्छा कर रहा है. Normally जो उनका बच्चे है वो हमेशा कंपेयर कर दूसरे का, और मोस्टली दे आर कम बिकॉज वीमेन आर डूइंग बेटर, सो लड़कों को हमेशा बोलते रहते हैं कि आपने क्यों, देखो भाई वो झा का बेटी कितना अच्छा करता है, वो मिश्रा जी का बेटा इतना अच्छा, बेटी इतना अच्छा करता है, सबका मुझे बेटी को बोलते हैं. तो मेरा एक नेबर है, तो वो उसका हमेशा उसको बेटा को बोलते रहा, तो फाइनली उसका बेटा फेल हो गया. तो बोला कि तेरे को बोला देख कैसा वो करता है, बोलता है उसको तो देख देख के मैं फेल हो गया, आपने तो हमेशा मेरे को बोला उसको देखो, मैं तो वही किया. तो फिर आप मेरे को बोलते फेल क्यों? अरे मेरे तो आपने बोला देख उसको देख उसको देख उसको, मैंने देखा. तो हम क्या, नॉर्मली डोंट गो बाय दिस काइंड ऑफ स्टेरियोटाइप. किसी को देखना नहीं है, सी योरसेल्फ. Neighbor's wife is always more beautiful than your own wife. That's men do, not women. Neighbor's husband is more ugly than your husband. Whatever you have got, be happy with that. You are not happy with that, divorce. Fasting, don't get married. Fundamental principle, don't get married. If you get married, don't produce children. If you produce children, then pray God that God cannot save also. Okay, you don't ask that I don't have children. I decided not to have children, okay? I am telling you from experience. Because I don't have children, anybody I meet of substance becomes my charity. I invest my emotion, my time, my life, my trust, my faith, my hope in them. From my experience, I'm saying everybody need not be a lamb that following or so on. Challenge stereotype. Ask yourself, why should I get married? Just because parents are saying? What you want in life? I got married because my father wanted to sell me for dowry. Being Brahmin from this kind of thing and getting a good job, I was very young when I got a very high profile job. My father told that bakra hai, usko phasa ke usko thora kuch dowry le lete hain. So I got married out of my caste. First I'm normally from the Brahman, from the cluster. So normally you are not allowed to marry from outside. So a lot of people have fallen in love and fallen out because they cannot dare to marry outside. मैंने बोला कि भाई मैं कुछ करके दिखाता हूँ. मैं मेरा जात से शादी नहीं किया, बाहर शादी किया. Being the eldest son, I was on tremendous pressure to have children. I said no. I nurtured, promoted my wife. I said that you are better than me. You can do better than me. That is a different story. Whether she did or not, you go ahead. शादी का 1 साल की 1.5 साल के बाद मैंने उसको बोला कि तुम विदेश जाओ भाई, तुम पढ़ो, पढ़ाई करो. और my wife was such a ढीठ that she didn't want to apply for any scholarship. मैं उसका एप्लीकेशन खुद भर के लेके जमा किया, उसको विदेश भेजा. उसके बाद ये men normally think that women have to be best wife, best daughter, best daughter-in-law, best mother. Expectations out of women are enormous. Any construction site you go, you will find women carrying the brick, men doing the plastering. What rubbish is that? And how do we tolerate this kind of thing? मैं तो गाली देता हूँ बहुत मन भर के, लेकिन कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता है, लेकिन मेरा शांति मिलता है. 2-4 गाली दे दिया ना. If I don't scold, my tongue will bleed in the night. So why I will bite my tongue? Better pretty I shout and then वो release हो जाता है. मैं खुश होकर आता हूँ, चलो गाली तो दे के आया. So the leadership concept, you people are extremely powerful, especially the younger person. These people like us at our age, not you, but juries. I hope that you have a gray hair, so you have already, gone to the site of. You are now after 12 o'clock. You are in the downswing. But people like you, I'm seeing a lot of young, beautiful, handsome face and a lot of smiles. Define your life, what you want. What is the sense of purpose of your life? What do you want to do? Actually, you should ask, why I am born? What am I supposed to do? Supposed to be a good daughter, good sister, good daughter-in-law, good something. What am I supposed to do? Where lies purpose of my life? How can I be different? How can I be a responsible, productive citizen of the globe? Not for India, not for Odisha or Manipur or Gujarat or no, I'm not talking. Think beyond your state. Think beyond your language. Those are all activities. But your life is yours, which is very precious. People get depressed. You must get depressed. You know, best thing for your medicine, your depression. You know what is that? Cry. Crying is not a weakness. Crying is a strength. I do cry. When I'm very, very depressed, I cannot handle my pain, I do cry. But people think I'm a very strong person. I'm a very strong person. Crying, people think is a weakness. For me, crying is happiness. Like when you किसी को गाली देकर निकल गया ना गुस्सा, रो लिया, पो लिया, फिर धो धा के फिर आ गया. Do something which normally you will say that, नहीं, I will not cry. No. I'll cry, I will shed my tear, but again, never allow yourself to be, when you feel that you are a choice of somebody, you avoid that person. If you are indispensable for somebody, that is the person, whoever it is. Other than the mother's love, nothing is pure. Everything is on expectation based. Everything other than the mother's love. Only pure thing in life is mother's love. I'm not saying because I'm deprived of this, but I believe in this. So leadership, whatever you will be talking, whatever you will be doing for next 3 days, you do that. That's a part of your activity which will go on. But think about yourself. If you want to debate, dialogue, discuss with me, I'm always available to, I'm not saying that whatever I say, accept it. I'm open for any dialogue. Either you buy me or you get bought in into the idea that we as human beings. Okay, now, last question. What is the difference between a human being and other animals? Where are you from? Madhya Pradesh. Okay. So, भाई मध्य प्रदेश एक बड़ा स्टेट है ना? वो नाम भी कितना पावरफुल है, मध्य प्रदेश, जो कंट्री का देश बीच में है. हम लोग उड़ीसा हैं, पुणे में रहे. तो आप पूरा सेंटर पिन हो, पूरा ओके, एपी सेंटर हो देश का. ओके, तो ये ह्यूमन बीइंग और एनिमल का व्हाट इज द डिफरेंस?
सर, ह्यूमन बीइंग के अंदर इमोशंस ज्यादा होते हैं एनिमल्स की अपेक्षा में.
कौन बोला?
सर ऐसा,
तुम कभी एलिफेंट देखा है? एलिफेंट डजंट लीव द बच्चा फॉर मंथ्स. ह्यूमन बीइंग्स तो आज जला देता है, जल्दी चलो खत्म हुआ, दूसरा पैदा करते हैं. हाउ टू एक्सप्रेस? तुम मेरा घर को आओ, मेरा एक पप्पी है, वो इतना एक्सप्रेस करता है, तुमको शर्म आएगा.
So basically the main difference between humans and animals is that humans are self-conscious. They are self-aware about themselves.
How
They
do you
can
define
innovate.
self-conscious? How to define conscious? Then suppose I take my finger to your ears, you will do this. That is conscious.
Yes, sir.
Then
Like animals and humans.
Huh.
Early humans were constantly making different kinds of innovations and discoveries. Like we discovered fire, but animals are not capable of doing these kinds of
कौन
things.
बोला तुमको?
Sir,
कौन
self-conscious.
बोला? ये तुमको, you know, have you seen salmon fish? Salmon fish
Yes, sir.
jumps 3 kilometers on against the tide or whatever that flow. Have you seen how the salmon, where from they come, they go back there. Eel, they go back there with all odds to deliver their babies there. Okay, so the turtles which come in Odisha, they come to the same place to do. So how they go 10,000 kilometers, they come back, and they find different means. It's like climate change. They're also used to that now. They don't come in the month of December. They come in January. So they have changed their schedule now. So they do respond to this kind of consciousness.
सर व्हाट आई फील इज कि ह्यूमन बीइंग जो है वो भी एक एनिमल है जो बोल सकता है, सोच सकता है, चल सकता है.
ये सब लोग तुम्हारा जो बोलना, तुम आना मेरा घर देखता है, दिखाता हूँ कैसे बोलता है वो भाव भाव करके बोलता है.
सर
वो
बोलने
जो
से
चाहिए वो निकाल के रहता है मेरे से.
सर मैं अलग डिफरेंशिएट नहीं कर रही हूँ.
हाँ.
मैं बोल रही हूँ कि ह्यूमन बीइंग भी एक एनिमल ही है जो कि अपनी लैंग्वेजेस में बात कर
तो
सकता है
इसलिए बोला
जैसे
कि
अदर
different है,
एनिमल्स
human
कर
being से
सकते
animal
हैं.
है. Only okay, sit down. Since you will not, okay, okay, आप बोलिए. हाँ. अरे मैडम को
Sir, there is a subhashit I've learned. Ahara nidra bhayamaithunam cha सामान्यमेतत् पशुभिर्नराणाम. ये चार चीजें हैं जो आहार, निद्रा, भय और रिप्रोडक्शन, ये पशु और मनुष्य में सामान्य है. ड्यूटीज, जो हमारी ड्यूटीज है, धर्मो हि तेषाम अधिको विशेषो. जो ह्यूमन है वो अपनी ड्यूटीज जानता है, अपनी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज जानता है. धर्मेण हीना पशु भी समाना. जो ह्यूमंस अपनी ड्यूटीज नहीं जानते वो लोग पशु के समान.
अच्छा, okay. You know that many of the, thank you very much. That's it, Dijab Sara. You know many dogs have lost their life protecting the owners.
So
Give me one example. A son has sacrificed life to protect the
So
father.
they are trained.
Train.
Yes.
मेरा बच्चे साले वो कोई ट्रेन नहीं है, मेरे को इल ट्रीट करते हैं, but anybody comes near me they attack. They are untrainable because they are so affected. 5 है मेरे पास. जाके देखो, कोई एक चिड़िया आ जाता है, कोई सांप आ जाता है, कैसा उसका अटैक करता है, thinking that that will attack. Human beings are more selfish. वो सब ठीक है, संस्कृत सोल का ठीक है, I respect that. Okay. Okay, sit down. आप कुछ बोल रहे थे? अरे इतना ये सब बोल रहे हैं, इनका सबका DNA का सैंपल रखो, सब नहीं तो इनका सब ब्लड रखो, हमारा बच्चों को थोड़ा दो. कितना खुशी वाला बात है, हमारा साले बच्चे बोलते नहीं है, सब गूंगे बन जाते हैं.
सर, मनुष्य और पशु को एक ही चीज विभाजित करती है, वो है स्वार्थ, सेल्फिशनेस.
हाँ.
एक ही चीज है जो मनुष्य और पशु में समान नहीं होती, वो है सेल्फिशनेस, स्वार्थ.
हाँ.
पशु, जैसे आपने कहा कि आपके पास आपके 5 छोटे छोटे बच्चे हैं, वो अगर आप पर कोई आपदा आए तो आपके लिए अपनी जान भी दे देंगे. अगर किसी मनुष्य के पास कोई कुत्ता
कौन
है,
बोला मेल टाइगर किल्स द बेबी सो दैट द फीमेल टाइगर कम्स ऑन हीट? वो इतना सेल्फिश है, अपना बच्चा को मार देता है, वो पूरा मनुष्य बन जाता है. ठीक है.
Sir, may I?
हाँ.
Sir, may I?
हाँ हाँ.
Sir, according to an old Sanskrit shlok, it is said that Sahitya Sangeet Kala Vihin साक्षात पशु पुछ विषाणहीन. इसका अर्थ है कि साहित्य, कला, संगीत जिस मनुष्य को नहीं आता है वो साक्षात बिना सींगों के पशु के समान है.
तो पशु का समान है ना.
हाँ,
तो मेरे को भी साहित्य नहीं आता है.
नहीं सर, मतलब कोई भी कला, कोई साहित्य,
कोई कला नहीं मेरे में.
सर बोलने का कला आप पर इतना
वो तो
अच्छा है.
बोलता है.
नहीं सर, एक लहजा होता है बोलने का, तो
वो लहर मेरे पास है कहाँ? तो लहर तो नहीं है. मैं तो कोई इतना प्यार से ऐसा नहीं बोल रहा हूँ, मैं तो पूरा रुक ठोक बोलता हूँ. कोई हंसता है, कोई गाली दे रहा है. अच्छा से बैठिए. ओके, लेट अस लॉजिकल, लेट अस, ओके, दीस आर फाइन. ओके, बताइए.
सर, मुझे जैसा कि दीदी ने कहा कि स्वार्थ का अंतर होता
वो
है.
दीदी कैसा बनी आपका?
सर, मैंने बोल दिया ये हमारा तरीका होता है अपनी साथी
वो
को
ह्यूमन बींग्स भी
सम्मान
इमीडिएटली
देने
किसी को
का.
दीदी चाचा, ये एनिमल में नहीं होता है.
सर,
तुरंत
एक
दीदी
तो ये
बोलता
भी
है,
है.
लेकिन वो दीदी को सपोज कुछ खाना खा लिया, इसको नहीं देके बोलता है कितना सेल्फिश है देखो. हाँ बोलो.
सर, जानवर में और इंसान में सबसे ज्यादा यही अंतर होता है कि इंसान स्वार्थी होता है. अगर उसे आप एक दिन एक बिस्किट निकाल के देंगे तो वो अगले दिन कोशिश करेगा कि पूरा झोला ले ले. और जो एक जानवर होगा, अगर आप उसको एक दिन बिस्किट निकाल के देंगे तो वो कोशिश करेगा कि अगले दिन से आपके साथ ही चल जाए जीवन भर के
वो
लिए.
एक आप देसी कुत्तों का बात कर रहे हो, वो ठीक है.
सबका ही बात कर रही हूँ.
वो ठीक है. सुनिए, ये सब ठीक है, वो फिलोसॉफिकली ठीक है, बट एक्चुअली इन लाइफ यू रिमेंबर दिस. ओके, ह्यूमन बीइंग्स एंड एनिमल्स, the fundamental difference, human beings from generation to generation, we have transmitted knowledge, skill, experience from generation to generation. हम जैसा सीखा, हमारे बच्चे को सिखाया, उसका बच्चे ने दूसरे को सिखाया. ये तो लर्निंग ट्रांसफर जो होता है जनरेशन, only human beings can do, animals cannot do.
क्यूरियोसिटी हुई ना सर, इंसानों के अंदर सेल्फ अवेयरनेस जो होती है वो बहुत ज्यादा होती है, तो वो अपने आप को बार बार क्वेश्चन करते
You are right.
रहते हैं,
Curiosity,
जिसकी वजह से इन्वेंशन.
हाँ, curious, जो लर्निंग जो है, ट्रांसफरिंग द लर्निंग. ऐसा नहीं कि वो भालू का बच्चे को भालू नहीं सिखाते कैसे हंटिंग करना, but that's it, that they know how to survive by hunting. But human beings, technology advancement, philosophical dialogue and debate, educational advancement, ये जो advancement है, that's one thing which differentiate between human beings and animal. Animal they stay status quo, human beings transform, evolve. I'm not getting into that. Okay, the other thing which we have, before I go, and all of you should carry this, we suffer, all of us, including me. Hey, quiet please. Weakness of wills. Weakness of wills. Suppose we know that if we eat sweet or whatever, we will become fat. But we want to stay slim, but we want to eat everything. We want to be loved, but we don't want to give love. We want to be cared for, but we don't want to care for others. We want somebody to offer this seat empty when it leave the seat for us, but we don't want to do that for others. It's a weakness of will. We know that something is good for us and we want that, but we will not do that for others. That human beings suffer from. So this thing and monkey mind, which I am not saying Buddha had said, monkey mind, you must control this, or you should know about, be conscious of this weakness of wills. सब लोग बोलते हैं कि हमको स्लिम रहना है, ये रहना है, बट वो खाने में कोई कंट्रोल नहीं कर पाता है. जैसा मम्मी ने कुछ बोला है, तू कौन एमपी, तू कैसा है, खाना खा ले, कुछ नहीं होगा, कल उपवास कर लेना. No, I will not eat this for next 30 days. I will not do this for next. No, that's saying no. Staying on that. I will every day do pranayam for 10 minutes. I'm just giving a hypothetical example. Okay. That discipline human beings cannot bring. Very rare people can bring that. So that weakness of will, all of us, this is a syndrome which all of us suffer from. You should be conscious. Why I am telling you this, you should be conscious of these things. Anyway, thank you very much. Lovely to see you. I can continue for like this, but I'm not here to be judged and juried, but they are here to judge others. So they should do also their job. And that's good to see such young, dynamic, elegant, and radiant face. मैं थोड़ा ये अनीता थोड़ा इनका ब्लड फॉर सैंपल रखो भाई, मेरा बच्चों को थोड़ा इंजेक्शन दो, तो रात के सोते हुए नहीं तो ब्लड लेके दो, साले कुछ बात नहीं करते हैं, दुख करके रखे हैं लोग. तो and you people, I suggest that evening you go around. Are you staying on campus? All of you are staying. So you go and demand, Durga ji, आप थोड़ा इनको सबको, you should see, we have a recent, as I say, that innovation by impulse we do. You should see, we are also trying to grow vanilla. For the first time in the country, in the world, in a dome we are growing, so that that dome moves, so that each plant gets sunlight equal. So we are trying to grow vanilla. We are trying to do many things, and we are a very remote area. All of you come from big universities, and I believe. Okay, before I end, this is the last one. How do you define blessings? तो बोलते हो ना blessings, तो पता है ना? How do you define blessings? Blessings कैसा होगा? Presidency. हाँ. How do you define blessings? How? How do I give? If I give you this, is a blessing? How do you define blessing? Define karo. How it will benefit? Blessings is never beneficial. Okay, what is blessings? Blessings is basically a positive energy. Okay, suppose when I see you, I feel happy. When you go and people ask you to touch your feet, you know that when you say that touch somebody's feet, you say bless you. मनी वाला ब्लेसिंग. ये देखो भाई, इसको तो तुम ये फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर बनाओ देश का.
Festivals, so we get it in like a festival. Shagun, right? I thought you were talking about.
When you actually go to meet somebody, they said that, bless you beta. But the person feels happy seeing you, so he said that positive energy. And when you see somebody, you touch his or her feet, you are also radiating a positive energy. Blessings are always two-way affair. It's not one way. When somebody is saying bless you, that happiness which you are saying, and you are feeling happy by getting that bless you word, you are also radiating positive energy. Blessings always two ways. It's never one way. Okay. Thank you very much.
Hello. Thank you so much, sir. Your speech was really enlightening and it did empower us to think critically as well as act with purpose. We shall be starting the session soon. Kindly be on your seats. Further information will be passed on. Further, I would like to request the Presidency University and Shiksha Anusandhan University kindly be ready.
start. Session, we are going to start the first preliminary round. So in that round, I will just explain you the buzzer. So when the buzzer will start, the green light will glow. And just 30 seconds before the timeline that is given, either 2 minutes or 3 minutes, so the yellow light will blink. And when the timeline is over, so the red light will blink. So that you should keep in your mind. So you are starting with the green. In between there is a warning with the yellow light, and we are ending with the red light. Clear, all of you? So we are going to give you the warning just 30 seconds before your time is going to over. Okay? So all the best wishes.
Now I'd like to invite Shri Ajay Brahmi to kindly come up to the stage and assume his position as the speaker. So please. Now I'd like to invite Presidency University, represented by Lavamit Lepcha, Chetna Pradhan, Mamesha Limbu, who would come up to the dais and assume their role as government. Kindly applaud as the participants are taking their place on the stage. Next, I would like to invite Shiksha Anusandhan University, represented by Amruta Sahu, Rikhya Mohanty, Manasha Shastri Patnaik, to kindly come up to the stage and assume their position as the opposition. All the best to the participants.
so we are going to start this now, but just before we start, there's just a guideline which I wish to give. So I have the control for the buzzer. Uh, since it has been, there's some programming issue which is happening. So actually, in effect, each team is going to have 8 minutes in their hands. So you know, when first speaker stops, the other person starts immediately. There shouldn't be too much of gap. Although we'll try to manage the programming, because to avoid the subjectivity, what we have done is we are relying on machines, so that there is actually an exact time and no one feels that she has been discriminated. So therefore we have done a programming, but so we are trying to give some gap between two speakers, but that may take time. So kindly try to, the moment first speaker stops, kindly try, the second speaker should try to start immediately thereafter. So that actually, see, a lot of time has also passed. So, we need to, take care of that time also. Otherwise, I think it will be 8 or 9 in the night by the time we stop. Yeah. You also need to introduce first, because then only would we be able to give you marks. So no, just name. The role. Yeah. You need to actually say, take your name and then the role that you are performing, Prime Minister or President or whatever. So just take your name and the role and then just start. So all geared up, should we? Name and then say that I am for, say, President or whatever, or name President, and then start. नहीं, but फिर 3-3 में बजर है. So I think what can be done is first you just give your introductions, so that I write your names and position also, and then all 6 of you, and then the moment the introduction is completed, then we start, and then the buzzer will start. All right. So please introduce yourself.
I'm Mamisha Limbu, and I'm the
You
Prime
are?
Minister. Mamisha Limbu,
Okay. And
the
you're
Prime
for?
Minister.
Okay.
Done.
I'm Lavumit Lapcha, and I'm the whip.
Amruta Sahu, Prime Minister of the Opposition Party.
Mansa Sastri Patnaik, representing as the President of the Opposition Party.
Rikhya Mohanty, and I'm the whip.
So should we start? You are all. So has it started? No? So it's not working. Yeah. Please start.
A very good afternoon, respected judge, my opposition party, and the entire room. My tricolored flag is a home to various unique people. My country has treated every individual equally. One nation, one ration, fill the citizens' stomachs. One nation, one power, lit up my entire beautiful country. So, my fellow mates, the need of the hour is one nation, one election. With respect to the current voting system, we need to correct the flaws that are in it. 6 to 7 months yes, you heard it right, 6 to 7 months are spent in elections. 6 to 7 months, guys, imagine, are spent in elections where the politicians are busy for the elections and they're working hard for the elections and the governance is ignored. 1.3 trillion is spent in elections according to the Election Committee of India. The political leaders are busy focusing on the elections rather than the governance. Model code of conduct is disrupted time and again because of these elections. So, my friends, everyone in India will vote. They will be eligible to vote and exercise their rights, but just the administrative structure will change. Nothing else. Everyone will have the right to vote. Just the way of voting will change. Thank you.
Proceed with the speech of the Prime Minister. As the Prime Minister said, how expensive an election can be. A huge amount of money has to be raised in every election. Example, 2019 general election where 60 crore was spent in election. Along with it, it was 7 different election was conducted from April, October and some in November. How, if we clubbed all this election together, we could have saved lots of money today. As the Prime Minister said, how election disrupts routine of administrative activities and development initiatives. 16th Lok Sabha election 2014 analysis indicates that in the year 2014, governance and development activities due to the imposition of model code remained largely suspended. About 7 months, 3 months across the country and about 2 months in Jharkhand and Jammu Kashmir and another 2 months in Maharashtra and Haryana. Similarly, 2015 model code was imposed for about 3 months to 2 months when the election of the state assembly for Bihar were being conducted. So election is almost taking a half of the year. Horse trading is a major program during the time of election. Holding election on a staggered basis can potentially reduce in horse trading by elected representative, which always remains a concern despite the implementation. 2019, the Karnataka Assembly election saw intense horse trading with several MLAs defecting from the Congress and GDs to the BJP, leading to the fall for GDs Congress consultation government. Simultaneous election reduces the horse trading potential, leading to a more stable government. In conclusion, the concept of one nation, one election is not just a proposal, but a vision for a cost-effective and stable electoral process in India. Thank you.
Since there are many questions and criticisms around the concept of one nation, one election, I'm here to break it down for you. So, critics might argue that one nation, one election weakens the India's federal structure. But this claim is totally false because federalism means autonomy in governance, not necessarily separate electoral schedules. Even if elections are held simultaneously, state governments will still have the full control over the policy-making decisions, administration, and legislation as per the Constitution. Let's take the example of the US and Germany, where both are federal countries like us. However, the states still have all their control and their rights are not deprived. The second would be practical and logistical challenges. Critics might argue that one nation, one election would be logically impossible due to the vast population of India. But however, India already conducts large-scale elections, and the Election Commission of India has successfully managed Lok Sabha elections for 100 plus crore voters over 543 constituencies. If we utilize our resources and successfully place a very systematic approach in elections, then it would reduce logistical strain and streamline the process. The other point would be disadvantage regional and smaller parties. One of the biggest criticism of one...
Dr. Sangha, is the time over? Time is running.
One of the biggest criticisms of one nation, one election is that it will benefit only the national parties. But this, however, may not entirely be true, because from 1952 to 1967, India had held simultaneous elections and regional parties still gained power. Even today, regional parties dominate states like Sikkim and West Bengal. The matter of fact is that state-level issues and leadership matter more than the election schedule. Voters will continue to choose based on local issues rather than the national narratives. The last argument would be legal and constitutional hurdles. Many also argue that one nation, one election is unconstitutional and legally impossible. But let's break this myth. Elections were held together from 1952 to 1967, proving that synchronization is feasible in India. The current staggered system emerged due to political instability and not constitutional need. Yes, some amendments are required to align election terms, but India has amended its constitution hundreds of times. The Supreme Court has never ruled one nation, one election as unconstitutional. So, therefore, one nation, one election does not violate the constitution. It only requires amendment and basic structural adjustments. Thank you.
I think we can start with the opposition now. You're finished. Yes, please.
पार्टियां आएंगी पार्टियां जाएंगी लेकिन भारत का लोकतंत्र अमर रहना चाहिए. Honorable Member of Parliament, implementing one nation, one election across India is like to fit an elephant in a nano car. Theoretically might be possible, but practically hilarious. It is not possible at all to implement one nation, one election in India without an amendment to the constitution. And this amendment should be ratified by the government of the states, UN territories, and at the same time by the major political parties. The biggest challenge of one nation, one election is syncing up the terms of the state legislative assemblies and at the same time with the Lok Sabha. The second biggest challenge that we have to cover up is, just imagine if the state or the central government fails a no confidence motion, or it is dissolved prematurely before its terms end. In such a situation, is it possible to ask all other states to have a fresh election? The answer would be no. Confusions hung over the assemblies outside government, and question arises that will be again presidential rule? 23 crores, 59 lakhs, 70,935 votes were casted in 2024. The second question arises here is, will we able to educate 968 million people out of 1.4 billion people who are eligible of voting? And the only solution or answer to all these two questions is uncertainty. Let's call it what it is actually: a thinly veiled attempt to centralize the power at the expense of our federal structure of our country. Our democracy thrives for its diversity and decentralization. But one nation, one election is not a reform. It is a regression. Thank you.
It is a privilege to address this esteemed gathering, a platform that represents democracy and deliberations. Democracy that thrives on constant accountability but not on a 5-year-long snooze button. While the idea of simultaneous election may appear efficient on the paper, but in reality it poses significant threats to our federal structure, democratic vibrance, and regional representations. If we speak about the blow of India's federalism, where India is a union of states but not unitary entity, This federal structure allows the state to function autonomously, while imposing simultaneous elections leads to the ignorance of diverse political, economical, and social realities of different states. Holding elections all at the same time could result in the national parties overshadow the regional ones. Implementing a reform of this scale necessitates major changes, including manipulations in the articles like 83, 172, and 356. Additionally, what are the implications if government tends to fall apart before the completion of the tenure? This situation could potentially undermine the democratic governance rather than enhancing it. If the election occurs once in a 5 year, the voters won't get enough opportunities to raise voice against the non-performing governments. While the proponents argue that simultaneous elections reduces expenditures and administrative strain, democracy should never be measured in financial terms alone. The cost of diluting representations, centralizing power is far greater than monetary savings. Therefore, I urge the gathering to look beyond the rhetoric, efficiency, and recognize the potential dangers of this amendment. A vibrant democracy is one that listens, adapts, and respects diversity, not that one that forces uniformity at the cost of true representations. Thank you.
India, with 6 national parties, 54 state parties, and more than 2,000 regional parties. And we still talk about one nation, one election. यहाँ संभवता ही नहीं एक देश एक चुनाव की जब हम बात करते हैं सार्वभौम, लोकतांत्रिक, संवेदना, धर्मनिरपेक्ष और गणतंत्र की. Let's not forget, elections are the most integral part of democracy and how it's held is equally important. The president of the government spoke about cost effective. Let me just enlighten you all that here the matter should be more important about the public issue and not the monetary issue. Let me again address one thing about the whip of the government who said about the simultaneous elections that are conducted in the United States of America. There are numerous countries other than United States of America that conduct simultaneous elections, that is Belgium, Sweden, Brazil, South Africa. It is possible over there because they follow a proportional representation. But in India, we simply follow a first past post the method. There are many kind of local and regional issues that get ignored because of the national party's dominance over the regional parties. Because we don't need to forget that in India, there are more than 2,000 regional parties. It requires more number of EVM. It requires more burden on the security forces. It requires more of the poll officials. It is a high time to enlighten that there are 968 million voters, eligible voters, out of which 23 crore 59 lakh 79,953 voters were there in the year 2024, out of which 112 million were women itself. We need to address that literacy rate in India is 77.7%, and the reason behind telling this statistics is that the majority of the voters come from the slum area. So lastly, there will be a lot of legal confusion over the hung assemblies. If there is any kind of assembly dissolves prematurely or the government majority fails, then is the president rule going to remain over time? So there is no clarity in having one nation, one election. Thereby, I conclude by saying that one nation, one election is not a reform, rather it's a regression. Thank you.
We can request the other teams now. Yeah, thank you. The other teams may please come. Thank you.
Moving forward, now we have government Manipur University, and their representative are Khundrakpam Nirsana Devi, Naurem Chelsia, Jessie Thiam, And for the opposition, we have IILM University Gurugram, Lakshika Sharma, Vanshika Grewal, Shrinkhala Chand. Please come up on the stage. And as per the next two team, please come up on the front and sit there. Gujarat Technological University, Bengaluru City University, please come to the front and sit. And the next two team, SRM University and Centurion University.
Kindly introduce yourselves and with the position that you are arguing for.
My name is Jessie Thiam. I'm from Manipur University, and my position here is as Prime Minister.
The
Good evening, sir. My name is Norm Chelsea, playing the role of whip of government.
I am Shrinkhala S. Chand. I am representing Prime Minister of the Opposition Party.
Yes, please.
My name is Vanshika Grewal and I'll be representing the President.
Lakshika Sharma here, presenting whip of the opposition party.
So, okay. Should we start? I'll just give the buzzer. Yeah, please. Switched on. But just 1 minute, just 1 minute. It's not working. See, I switched it on. Yes, please start.
Hello. Hello. A very good evening, respected speaker, sir, and to all the members in the parliament. I stand here to advocate a historical bill that holds the potential of transforming the nation's democracy. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I am talking about the Constitutional 129th Amendment Bill 2024, which is popularly known as One Nation, One Election. Mr. Speaker, sir, why is it only one nation and not one state? The concept of one nation, one election emphasizes on bringing equality, inclusivity. Ladies and gentlemen, I belong to the Northeastern region, and this concept, if it approaches, will unite us together by eliminating the idea of alienation, bringing the idea of friendship, unity, and inclusivity. Speaker, sir, the proposal ensures citizens to cast their votes freely and fairly without being influenced by the results of the votes from another state, which will lead to an unbiased and an independent voting process. Now, India is a democratic nation, and we do not need to become a land of election. And thereby, India needs one election and one nation. Jai Hind.
Honorable Speaker, sir, and respected members of the Parliament. India, the largest democracy in the world, witnesses elections almost every year. According to Niti Aayog, in the last 30 years, there has not been a single year without election. India is in the constant mode of electoral cycle, which drains resources and disrupts the governance and developmental activities. So today, we have a chance to change this. We can lay a foundation for a much stronger and effective democracy.
one nation, one election is not just a proposal, it is a necessity. In 2019, 7 lakh CAPF personnel and 20 lakh state police officials were mobilized for electoral duties. And investments in the security forces alone were 300 crore rupees. So Speaker Sir, we can imagine the amount of infrastructural, educational and healthcare improvements we could have done with that much amount of money. Essential policies like Swachh Bharat Abhiyan and Ayushman Bharat were delayed due to elections in 2014 and 2019 respectively. And not only this, in 2014, the governance and the developmental activities were halted for almost 7 months due to the Model Code of Conduct. So, Speaker Sir, we cannot allow progress to delay like this. We need a single, well-planned election for a continuous progress. A simultaneous election will lead to a more focused and effective governance. This will empower the government to think a long term without the pressure of constant elections. Yes, challenges will be there. And yes, reforms are needed. But mind you, history are made by those who dares to take challenges, by those who dares to dream. So one nation, one election is not just about voting together, it is about growing together. It is about governing better and moving towards the way of Vikshit Bharat. Thank you.
Respected it is respected it is that one nation, one election can bring good governance and development in India. Well, Speaker Sir, it also safeguards the reasonable Respected Speaker Sir, it is well said that one nation, one elections can bring good governance and development in India and also safeguard the regional parties. Well, this is what we are. Well, Speaker Sir, talking about the safeguard of the regional parties, in 2019 Lok Sabha elections, when 2019 Lok Sabha elections were held, both Andhra Pradesh and Odisha also had simultaneous elections of state legislative assemblies, in which in Andhra Pradesh, out of 5, 4 parties were won by the regional parties. And in Odisha, out of 6, 5 parties were won by the regional solution. First is that parties were safeguarded, Speaker Sir. And second is that if the simultaneous elections was held in past and was successful, why can't we expect the same in the coming future, Speaker Sir? And also, talking about the simultaneous elections, Speaker Sir, in the year 1952 and in 1967, there was only one elections in government, the Indian government, out of which we're talking about is 17 states and 4 union territories, Speaker Sir. But after 1967, there became a huge amount of states. Because of lots of inclusions of states, there was a need for the vast administration. And also after 1967, the political scenario of India was not good enough. It was deteriorating. Because of that, well, I can see that the government took a quiet break. But now that the Indian government is calm and composed and it's going towards the Vikshit Bharat, why can't we all stay connected and why can't we think of good involved in Indian politics is also required, Speaker Sir. Well, talking about the youth in Indian policy making, youth spend lots of time and energy in elections, campaigns, and activities, for which we're talking about the state elections and we're talking about the Lok Sabha elections, Speaker Sir. So if we have only one election, it will achieve 3 objectives. First objective is their time and energy will be saved.
Second objective is they can give more towards the education. And third objective is the inclusions towards the policy making, Speaker Sir. Well, Speaker Sir, I feel this is a win-win situation both for the youth and for the upcoming generation of India. So, Speaker Sir, I strongly believe that social equity and inclusivity can only be achieved through political equity. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Sir, a little announcement for the clarification all. There is a small doubt that how the buzzer is working. I am just explaining you. So we have just reprogrammed it again. So it is programmed for each team. So how it will glow? The first, when the green light is glowing, it will glow for 2 minutes. Then the yellow light will glow for 3 minutes. Then again the red light will glow for 3 minutes. So it is for the team, it is not for the individual. So we are changing the program. So it is 2 plus 3 plus 3. So you are getting 8 minutes. So in between that, you have to manage your speech. If you do have any more questions, you can ask. Otherwise, I think it is more clear. And another request to all the participants, please don't switch on unnecessarily your mic. So actually it consumes the energy and also it like disturbs the other mic. Okay. So when it is your turn, then you switch on, wait for 2 seconds, then you start. Thank you.
So, green light. Please start.
Honorable Speaker, sir, respected members of Parliament, I rise before this esteemed House to present my firm's opposition to the Constitution's 129th Amendment Bill, that is, one nation and one election. The bill is projected towards cost saving and efficiency, but I emphasize that democracy सिर्फ administrative convenience तक ही सीमित है. It is also about the representation, federalism, and accountability. The bill is going to rise to the foundations of the parliamentary democracy, and therefore we must reject direct assault on federalism and state autonomy. Honorable members, India is not a unitary state. It is a union of states, and our constitution upholds the principle of federalism by granting the state the authority to govern independently, include their rights to hold as per their documentary moderate. The bill seeks to impose a uniform electoral cycle across the country, thereby diluting the state's autonomy and reducing the states to mere administrative unit under the central's control. By forcing simultaneously elections, we disregard the unique political, social, and economical conditions of different states, which may require different electoral cycle on their governance needs. Logistical and administrative challenges. The House must consider the massive scale of electoral operations in our country before supporting the bill. India has over 900 millions of voters, 543 Lok Sabha constituency, and 4,120 state assembly constituency. Conducting elections simultaneously would place them overburdened on the election commission, security focus, and administrative staff. Shortage of EVMs.
Honorable members of the Parliament, I rise today to express my firm opposition to the Constitution 129 Amendment Bill 2024, which seeks to introduce the concept of one nation, one election. India is a union of states, and our Constitution grants each state the authority to govern its own affairs, including the right to hold elections as per its constitutional terms. By enforcing simultaneous elections across the country, this bill undermines the federal character of a democracy and diminishes the autonomy of states. In 2018, the government of Karnataka changed due to the shift in legislative support. If simultaneous elections had been in place, would the state have remained under the president rule for years, waiting for the next national elections? Such a scenario would have been undemocratic and unconstitutional. The framers of a constitution, including a Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, envisioned a system where governance, the state, and central levels could function independently. This would impose a one-size-fits-all, impose the electoral schedule disregarding the diverse political landscape, governance needs, and local aspirations of different states. In 2019, general elections, around 1 crore polling officers and 20 lakh security personnel were deployed across phases. Imagine the logistical nightmare of conducting both national and state elections at the same time. According to the Election Commission of India, more than 40 lakh EVMs would be required to conduct simultaneous elections, doubling the current requirement and significantly increasing the cost and operational challenges. The counting of votes for both Lok Sabha and state assemblies at the same time could lead to significant administrative confusions, delays, and disputes, hampering the credibility of our electoral processes. If both elections are held together, voters might be influenced more by the central leadership and national campaigns, thereby weakening the voice of regional parties and local governance concerns. If a state government collapses due to internal conflicts, defections, or loss of majority, what will be the course of action? Will the state be forced into president's rule until the next national elections, or will be the midterm election be conducted, contradicting the very premises of the bill? Between 2014 to 2019, the 11 state governments either collapses or changed hands due to the political realignments.
अयम न केवल भारतोज किंतु वसुदेव कुटुंबकमिति अर्थात the India is not a country, it is the whole world within, with many states. Honorable Speaker, respected members of the Parliament, I rise today before you all and express my firm opposition to the Constitutional Amendment 129, One Nation, One Election. As mentioned by the government, why One Nation, One Election and not One Nation and One State? How can we bias against one state? If not all are named, obviously that will show biasness. How can we finance the whole One Nation and One Election thing, considering all the lower level of incomes with people? If we had such an infrastructure and resources, most of the people won't be jobless. The whole country faces issues like education and healthcare. And how can we focus on issues like One Nation and One Election? As the government stated that in 1967, elections were conducted only once. And today we are in 2025. We have many states, only 17 were present in 1965. Now we have 24. Now states have different power of their own, and one election and one nation will hinder their power in itself. The bill in itself is a question because it doesn't align with the constitutional values. Our concern is about the federal structure of India. The impact on federalism will be for sure of very much destructive, and it will undermine the power of regional parties. Consider the Trinamool Congress, Shiv Sena, the Biju Janata Dal, and many more. The practical challenges will be at par because how logistics of holding simultaneously election be handled. It will consider the erosion of local issues and only the national and international issues will be highlighted. The time and impact on the voter will be at par nonsense, and the voter will just consider not going to vote. The legal and constitutional amendments, how are they addressing the political conflicts among the national and central parties? And I think, in my opinion, the timing of the amendment is politically motivated, aiming the benefit of the ruling party by synchronizing elections so that the opposition doesn't win in the states. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you. I think the next team now.
As we move forward, we have Gujarat Technological University, represented by Snehal Suresh Jindam, Patel Shruti Kishore Bhai, and Vishakha Parikh, assuming their role as government. We also have Bengaluru City University, represented by Ali Vilkish, Harshita R, and Ishika Jain, assuming their role as opposition. A round of applause for both the team, please. I will request SRM University and Centurion University to be prepared as the next.
Kindly introduce yourself.
Hello, myself Patel Shruti and I am the Prime Minister of the government.
Sorry, your name, ma'am?
Patel Shruti.
Okay. You're for PM.
Yeah, I am PM.
My name is Snehal Suresh Jindam and I am representing as President.
Good evening, House. I am Vishakha Sandip Parikh and I am the whip of the government.
Namaste, I'm Ishika and I'm the president for the opposition.
I am
Should we start? Just one. Sir, I think that there's some problem with the light. Yes, sorry.
The root of happiness is righteousness. The root of righteousness is economy. And the root of economy is good governance. The strength of democracy lies not in frequent election but in good governance. Honorable Speaker, jury, and the member of the House, I am Patel Shruti. Today, I do not stand here to support a policy. I stand to support a vision where India, the world's largest democracy, moves away from the chaos of perpetual elections and step into an era of efficient governance, economic prudence, and national existence. Imagine a farmer in a village. He is waking up early in the morning and he is going to the field and working hard till the night. And at the end of the day, he suffers from the basic facilities like electricity, roads, and clean water. Why? Because every few months, his state or the country is caught in another election cycle. Government change, project stalls, and leader focus more on winning votes. Now ask yourself, is this democracy working for people or we are trapped in never-ending election race? Frequent elections in India have led to massive financial burdens. In last decade, 1 lakh crore was spent on election fund that could have been used for healthcare, education, and infrastructure. The enforcement of the Model Code MCC disrupt development while voter fatigue, lower turnout, and weakens democracy. In 2019, 3,400 crores of illegal cash were found during the election time. By adopting one nation, one election, India can ensure cost saving for national development, uninterrupted governance, increased voter participation, reduction in corruption, and also they can focus on national security. It's time for India to move beyond political instability and embrace a unified elected system. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
When rights are protected and disorders are removed, the dharma prevail. Today, I stand before you not just to debate on the policy, but to uplift the future of our democracy. But before that, let's ask ourselves a question. Are we happy with the governance? Do we prefer efficient over chores? Do we prefer stability? Over disputes? This one nation, one election provides an very good opportunity for India to lead around the world, because now what the government is doing, we are using thousands of crores only for the election purpose, for the campaigns. Lord Krishna
told to Arjuna in the great war of Mahabharata, Karmen vadikaraste mahaphaleshu kadachana. That means do your duty and do not think about the results. But what is the duty of the government? The duty of the government is used money of the people on the elections or to think about the votes? No, the duty of the government is to live for the people, to create the scheme for the farmer, to create the security for the nation. But our security has also been diverted into the elections. And I strongly want to say that, Honorable Speaker, please reform the one nation, one election, because this choose a right path towards the Vikshit Bharat. And I would like to say the whole house to stand in this bill and say that we need this government, because once we get to it, we will lead the world. Thank you.
This is the story of Path of Blue Ink, a symbol of democracy that defines governance for the next 5 years, and also turns the aspirations of rural Indians into reality. Yet, when this mark touches my finger, it makes me question. Really respected speaker and my fellow parliamentarians, our Honorable Prime Minister once said, in my 5 years term, I effectively work for only 4 years, as the rest is spent handling elections somewhere in the country. Now, this highlights a critical issue. Can India afford a lot of time and resources like this? Because, for example, let's take 2014, when the development was under a halt under the name of Model Code of Conduct for about 7 months. And such policies are required at this moment. And the critics argue that this reform will overlook the federalism and could lead to a two-party system. But history debunks this. As despite 2014's BJP sweep, Odisha, the very land we are privileged to stand on, stood by its regional party. And my Honorable Chair, the opposition will try to blindside you by claiming the bills will lead to hung assemblies. But that's a blatant lie. The bill ensures stability through the constructive vote of no confidence, allowing government to fall only if a successor is ready. If a no majority emerges, caretaker government takes charge, and even if midterm polls occur, the new government serves only the remainder of the term, preserving the synchronized election cycles. This is a reform with responsibility, not the chaos. And at last, one nation, one election isn't merely a reform. It's a blueprint for a successful government where the progress is limitless. And this mark is not just a reason of exhaustion, but a reason for empowerment. Thank you. Bharat Jaitu.
Please start.
Mananiya Adhyaksh Mahoday. Today, I am before you to strongly oppose the idea of one nation, one election, a proposal that aims to conduct elections simultaneously for Lok Sabha, state assemblies, and even the local bodies in India. Let's look at the history of the Indian elections. Simultaneous elections were conducted in India from 1952 to 1967, but they were discontinued because different government terms ended at different times. The same situation remains even today. While the idea may sound very appealing in theory, it is undemocratic, impractical, and dangerous to the federal structure of the country. India is a federal democracy where states have the right to govern themselves. One nation, one election will weaken this federal structure and impose central control over the states. Currently, state governments can dissolve assemblies and call for fresh elections when needed. With simultaneous elections, states would lose this right, and their governments would be forced to function for a fixed term regardless of crisis और पॉलिटिकल इंस्टेबिलिटी. जब हर राज्य की समस्या अलग होती है तो चुनाव एक क्यों? Even if we accept this proposal in principle, the practical roadblocks are enormous. Multiple constitutional amendments are required. Article 83, 172, 85, 174, and 356 would need amendments to fix election terms. This is a complex and controversial process. According to the Article 82A of this bill, it mentions about by-elections. Elections and by-elections are two sides of the same coin. If simultaneous elections don't eliminate by-elections, then what is the point of having simultaneous elections in the first place? Bharat एक संघ है, एक शासन नहीं. With one nation, one election, there will be reduced political accountability. If election happens only once in 5 years, ruling parties will not fear their electoral consequences until the very end of their term. सत्ता का असली स्वरूप ये है कि जनता हर समय प्रशासन पर नजर रखे. I would request and I would urge this House to reconsider this bill. Thank you.
Namaste, Honorable Speaker, sir. The One Nation, One Election bill is being presented as a revolutionary idea to streamline governance and save money. But let's pause and think, at what cost? Elections are not just a process, they are the heartbeat of democracy. Democracy gives power to the people. Should they be limited to making decisions once every 5 years? Elections give hope, voice, and choice. The preamble of our constitution provides political justice. Voting is an expression of political justice to the voter and to our federal structure. EVM no longer just stands for electronic voting machine. It now even stands for every vote matters or every voice matters. Our constitution follows federalism, which means that every state has its own powers. If one government or the state government falls, what is the next step? Will the entire country go into elections again? Or will that state suffer under the president's rule for the next few years? In 2019, Maharashtra had elections in October, but by November, the government collapsed. If one nation, one election had been in place, should the people of Maharashtra have been waiting for 4 more years just to get a new mandate, or would they have a separate elections? But wouldn't that just defeat the very purpose of one nation, one election? Currently, people vote multiple times, which brings them to politically very active state. In 2019, the voter turnout was 67% in the Lok Sabha, which was comparatively very lower compared to all these state elections. Studies have shown that voters would prioritize to go and vote in the national elections rather than going and voting in a state election. The ruling party and all the other people who believe that one nation, one election could reduce the black money, let me remind you, in 2019 ADR report, it was found out that 70% of political fundings were from some anonymous electoral bonds. One nation, one election won't stop black money, it will just shift it to a bigger and a centralized transaction. India is not, all these kind of states like Germany, Indonesia. But let me be clear, Indonesia has a presidential government and not a parliamentary government like India. To bring one nation, one election to power, we would require 7.9 crore rupees for all the ballot units and all the control units. India is the world's largest democracy, and I would just ask that, we support the diversity and not suppress it. Since all these questions cannot be answered, I would say that simultaneous elections seems practically impossible. Hence, I oppose the bill. Jai Hind.
Honorable Speaker, I am here today not just as a representative of people, but as a guardian of the Constitution. Today, this House is being asked to pass a bill that is being sold as a name of solution to India's electoral system. But let's be clear, this is not a reform, it is a political experiment. एक देश, एक चुनाव, एक अच्छी हेडलाइन हो सकती है, पर क्या एक अच्छी सरकार बनाएगी? This bill is a threat to federal character of our democracy. It suppresses regional voices and concentrates power in the hands of few. India is the union of states and not a dictatorship.
Each state must have the right to elect its government when needed and not when Delhi dictates. This bill is an attack on federalism. Honorable Speaker, I ask you, what happens when a state government collapses or falls due to the no confidence motion? The central government may oppose president's or governor's rule under the Article 356 of the Indian Constitution, or may even demote the state to a union territory as it did to the state of Jammu and Kashmir. In my view, it is unfair to distort a federal polity through this bill, which is not a boon but certainly a bane to the cultural festival of our democracy, which is the elections. अगर सरकार सच में रिफॉर्म चाहती है तो पहले क्यों ना पॉलिटिकल फंडिंग का सुधार करे? Why not state funding the elections or banning election campaign and rallies which are even more costlier? Second, state election commissions को independent बनाया जाए. और तीसरा, देश की जनता की आस्था बढ़ाए, ना कि उनके हाथ बांधे. Honorable Speaker, in the future, there may be a day where I am here or not, where this government will be in power or not. But one thing must always remain: India's democracy, strong and vibrant. Let us not trade our democratic spirit for mere administrative inconveniences. If we truly want Vikshit Bharat 2047, we must ensure that every nation is a festival of democracy, not a formality distracted by a calendar. Let us reconsider this bill and uphold the spirit of our constitution, as all of this is to the people, by the people, and for the people. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
I think we can then, new team can come. Until then, new team can come.
Now I'd like to invite SRM University, represented by Adhashika Sharma, Shriya Dahal, Dikchen Goparma, who would assume their role as government on the stage. Next, I would like to invite Centurion University, represented by Smruti Rupa Parida, Chenjeri Sesha Sahiti, and Alluri Madhavi, who would assume their role as opposition on the stage. All the best, participants. The next university, AKS University and Dharanidhar University, Kyonjhar, Odisha, kindly come towards the front rows and be ready.
Please introduce yourselves.
I am Dikchen Goparma. I will be the president.
Kindly repeat. You'll be the PM.
Sorry, Speaker, sir.
Dikshan Goparma will be PM.
Dishen Goparma is the Prime Minister.
Okay. And
I am Adarshika Sharma and I am the President.
yes, please.
Good afternoon, sir. I am Shia Dahal and I am the whip.
Good afternoon, Honorable Speaker. This is Chenjeri Sesha Sahiti and I am representing the Prime Minister of the Opposition.
Good afternoon, sir. This is Smruti Rupa Parida and I will be the whip of the opponent party.
we start? Just one. Just one. Yeah, please start.
Good afternoon to honorable jury, honorable speaker, and everyone present out here. We all are aware of Vikshit Bharat and the Constitution 129 Amendment Bill 2024, which we are going to be addressing today. So before starting, this bill aims to synchronize the election cycle for the Lok Sabha and state legislative assemblies, ensuring a more efficient and effective governance to the system. So this Constitution 129 Amendment Bill 2024 is a bill that proposes a significant change to the way our nation conducts its election with the amendments made in the Article 83, 172, 327 and insertion of the Article 82A, which is the simultaneous elections. So this bill is not just a legislative proposal, it is a vision. It is a vision for the future of India's democratic processes, one that seeks to strengthen the efficiency of our electoral system and reducing the cost. So I'd like to state that this bill maintains the federal structure of our constitution. So it does not completely overthrow our existing law. And even with our synchronizing election, which we are introducing in the bill, it is the autonomy of the state government will not be compromised. This bill is about modernizing and strengthening our democratic institution. As a citizen of India and the future of our nation, is it not our responsibility to support initiative that paves the way for the India's progress? Now, since young, we have been hearing that India is a developing country, it is a developing country, and we have the Vikshit Bharat, which aims to have the developed India by its 100th anniversary in 2047. But how are we ever able to achieve the vision if we are so hesitant to accept the very first step of changing the electoral system benefiting for our economy? So one nation, one election, it is not just a legislative proposal, it is a critical step towards ensuring our nation move forward efficiently, both administratively and economically. Jai Hind.
Adding to the Honorable Prime Minister's point, Honorable Speaker, a nation's strength lies in the ability to adapt to change while maintaining the integrity of its democratic values. One nation, one election. It's not just a call for the convenience, but an opportunity to unify our democratic process, reduce the cost of governance, and focus on development rather than doing the argument of frequent election. Honorable Speaker, I would like to raise the following question. In light of the Vikshit Bharat initiative and the vision to achieve a developed India by 2047, how can one claim to be committed to the future of the nation and its citizens if they are just hesitant to support the very first step towards realizing the vision of developed India? May I mention, judges, in 2019, Honorable Opposition, more than 6,000 crores of expenditure was made during the Election Commission of 2019. In 2024, more than 10,000 crores was the expenses of Election Commission. May I also mention, when 3 elections are held within the span of 6 months, 1 lakh crore is estimated to be spent. And this is not just any data. It's a fact stated by Sir Chandrasekhar, who is also the member of the parliament. If this continues, how can the India's financial system will be able to operate? If we were to adopt one nation, one election, the cost would be reduced to 4,000 crores. I repeat, 4,000 crores. I am a voter, and I hope all the members of this parliament are too. I also bring the I, also being the resident of Sikkim, am very proud to mention that Sikkim has already inculcated one nation, one election in a way. In Sikkim, the election for Lok Sabha and state legislative assemblies are held at the same time. Therefore, I urge all the members of this House to consider lessons from my own state, Sikkim, and take it as an example towards a government that is more stable, cost-effective, and beneficial for the people of India. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Respected Speaker, adding to what Your Excellency, the President said, 129 Amendment Bill doesn't change the fundamental principles of the Constitution. It still respects the balance between the central and the state government. We are making amendments to the existing article and not completely changing the law. Only thing that has been added is Article 82A after Article 82. Article 82A, one nation, one election. This bill is designed to benefit all potential parties, large or small. Reducing the frequency of elections, smaller parties will not be disadvantaged, as the same rules apply to all the parties. This bill ensures elections are being conducted efficiently with benefits which benefits everyone equally. This bill does not centralize power. It only aims to make the electoral process more convenient. This is a procedural change to improve the efficiency of elections of the government. This amendment is not just about the government's form. It is a bold step towards making India a more efficient and developed democracy. The success of Sikkim elections in 2024 provides a practical example of how electoral and governance reforms can be effectively implemented. And I stand here as a proud Sikkimese. Do we have time? Do we have time? Well, implementing this bill will save your time. Studies from electoral research bodies such as International Institute of Democracy and Electoral Associate, IDEA, have conducted a survey and have definitively claimed that there was a 7% increase in the voter turnout with 80% in favor of the simultaneous elections. It is vital for us to understand how we, as a nation, can move closer to the dream of the Vikshit Bharat through the proposed changes in the 129th Amendment Bill. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat, Namaste.
एक साथ चुनाव, आवाज दब जाएगी, छोटी पार्टियां पहचान मिट जाएगी, जिसे जरूरत है उस तक कौन पहुंचेगा, भीड़ में गरीबों का नाम खो जाएगा. Honorable Speaker, we stand at critical juncture contemplating a proposition that threatens the very foundation of our democratic republic. One nation, one election. While presented as a solution within the seat of its unintended consequences. Introduced on December 17, 2024, the bill aiming to synchronizing the Lok Sabha and state assembly elections disregards a crucial truth. Strip state assemblies of their autonomy. Imagine the confusion. Multiple votes, one day, potential mislead of votes, and de-enfranchisement. This is not efficiency. It's a recipe of electoral chaos. When talking about the regional voices, it efficiently silences the regional voices vital to a diverse democracy. The proposed amendments 83, 172 and 327 along with the new article 82A are not mere procedural changes. They are fundamental shifts in our governance. Clause 5, dealing with Lok Sabha dissolution, introduces instability and defies efficiency. We must remember the core of our democracy is decentralization, not the uniformity. The cause of this so-called fabricated efficiency is loss of state autonomy and silencing the regional voices. Constitution does not define India as one rigid unit, but as a union of states. Undoubtedly, I stand against this bill. Jai Hind.
Namaste, Speaker and jury members and my fellow participants. One nation and one election is not a election is like a tailor giving the same suit to everyone regardless of their size. It is an imagination that the same suit will not happen to everyone. The same problem will not happen, has a different problems and different needs because we are not homogeneous, we are heterogeneous nation, we have our own unique unique economic, social and cultural needs. So we have to consider every single thing, and decentralization is something where everyone has a right to take their own decisions when it is in emergency, but this will reflect something where the autonomous of the central is taken from the state, where the state government cannot implement any decisions when it comes to emergency. Due to one nation and one election bill, the people are forced to wait 5 years fluctuation and will spill into protest. If one election for Lok Sabha, state assembly and local bodies held simultaneously, the citizens would have clear opportunity to voice and dissatisfaction across multiple levels, and the government at the same time, if someone is not interested to vote a single person, they can get a multiple opportunities to vote the different person at the same time. But one bill, one nation, one bill not provide that particular opportunity because they can't choose a person different times. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Honorable dignities present over here, we, the people of Bharat, have seen the future. A future where our diverse states with their destiny needed, with culture and different unique problems are drowned out of the one size fits all elections. What is one nation and one election? Is it a attempt to centralize power, or is it a fancy word or a magical word that is emphasized or emphasis that used to justify every overreached power or every overreached populations and amendments? Apparently, every overreached power or amendments that centralize the electronics in the paraphernalia of all our governance rules. The Article 1 of our Constitution state that India, the Bharat, shall be a union state, a union of the states of our federal democracy. As for opponents, Article 83 and Article 172, they disrupts the governance and violates the people's right to elect a government when they need it. The core of this bill was necessity amendment, the articles considering the duration of the state legislations that directly assault the autonomy of the democracy. Have we forgotten the Kevati state versus the state of Kerala in 1973? It ruled that while Parliament can amend the constitution, it cannot alter or destroy its basic structure. As the federation, in my knowledge, come under the basic structure of a democracy. We were talking about the maintaining integrity. Are you maintaining the integrity by lowering the voice of the regional parties? As we know, the big parties in India versus the small parties in other regional parties are 1:9. For every big party, 1:9, 1, there is 9 regional parties. But when it comes to funding, every 15 parties, each big party have 15 more fundings than a regional party. Are we talking about the funds that are wasted? In 2019, 22 parties, big parties, have stated that 3,700 crores of money was invested, where it is only 0.02% of annual budget. So where is the actual motive of making it low cost? Are we talking about your Sikkim that have just conducted the one election and one party? But what about the Nepal who have conducted 2.8 crores population, that is in 2019, and the population of Maharashtra was at that time was 126.6 million people. There are a big difference. When we talk about a state and when we talk about a country, there is a big difference. That the Nepal in 2019 or 2017 was at least 2.8 crores, whereas we right now are of 4.9 billion people over here. There is a lot of contradictions on this particular case, but what I feel, the bill speaks about cost saving, but at what cost do the diverse voice and enlightenment and the nation foundation documents? At last, I would state that from the Himalayas tall to Kanyakumari's tide, the India stands with the state side by side. One election, one rule, it's a dangerous game, crushing our voice in Delhi's name. Bengal's call to the Kashmir's cry, from Punjab's field to Assam's stream, every voters have right to dream. Democracy bleeds when voices are chained. When power is hoarded, the states are restrained. This is not unity, this is power play. A slow poison of freedom, a price we won't pay. Rise up, resist, break free and reclaim. India will never bow down on a single name. Thank you.
Thank you. The next team, please.
Moving forward with the next team, the government team is AKS University, Sudiksha Singh, Anupama Patna, Anu Kumari. And the opposition team is Dharanidhar University, Keonjhar, Odisha, Ayusha Patnaik, Subhashmita Mahanta, and Simran Rao. And the next team is Cluster University of Jammu, Sarala Birla University. Please come to the front and sit. Hello, hello.
Please introduce yourselves.
I am a president from government side.
Could you repeat your name?
I am Anupama Patnaha, president from government side.
I am whip.
My name is Subhasmita Mahanta. I am the president, Prime Minister.
Hello, sir. This is Ayusha Patnaik, the whip of the opponent.
Just one. Please start.
Honorable Speaker, respected judges, and my fellow members of Parliament. Imagine a wedding that never ends. Guest keeps on coming, the decoration keeps on changing, but the bride and groom never actually gets married. Well, jokes apart, Honorable Speaker, but this is exactly what is happening with India today. We are not a democracy anymore. We have become the electionocracy. While the government is on campaign mode, the country is stuck in a waiting mode. While China is making industries, America is making policies, Germany is making innovation, then what India is doing? India is just making speeches and rallies. Is this how a superpower behaves? No. Do you know how many elections we have in these 5 years? Almost 20 elections. Do you know how much money we spend on these elections? More than 60,000 crore rupees. Honorable Speaker, just imagine 60,000 crore rupees are being spent on election every 5 years. With this 60,000, we can build 500 AIMS hospitals. With this 60,000, we can provide education to millions of students. With this 60,000, we can solve India's water crisis, but the opposition opposed this motion without understanding the bill mindlessly. So let me make you this thing very clearly. This is not just a bill. This is a battle for India's future. This is a battle between progress and paralysis. This is a battle between development and disruption. This is a battle between strong India and a divided India. And I'm proud to accept the fact that I stand with progress, I stand with stability, I stand with bold direction, I stand with one nation, one election. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
शांति से स्थिरता तक का उद्देश्य है एक चुनाव, न्यायपालिका या चुनाव का समाधान है एक चुनाव, राष्ट्र और नीति का निर्माण है एक चुनाव, राजनीतिक स्थिरता का उन्मूलन है एक चुनाव और राष्ट्रीय एकता का अध्ययन है एक चुनाव, विकसित भारत का संकल्प है एक चुनाव। माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, मंचस्थ महानुभाव एवं समस्त श्रोतागण को संगठित और समृद्ध बना सकता है। महोदय, 129वें संविधान संशोधन के तहत एक बार फिर से सरकार से एक साथ चुनाव की मांग की गई। इसका उद्देश्य न केवल चुनावों को सरल तरीके से करना बल्कि हमारे लोकतांत्रिक ढांचे को और मजबूत करना है। जब चीन उद्योग बना रहा है, जर्मनी नवाचार कर रहा है, अमेरिका नीतियां बना रहा है, तब भारत क्या कर रहा है? सिर्फ भाषण और रैलियां। महोदय, क्या आप जानते हैं कि एक लोकसभा चुनाव में करीब 60,000 करोड़ रुपया खर्च होता है? फिर पंचायत नगर निगम चुनावों में अलग। किसानों को कर्ज माफी चाहिए, युवाओं को रोजगार, अस्पतालों को सुधार, महिलाओं को सुरक्षा, बच्चों को शिक्षा। परंतु ये गंभीर मुद्दे छोड़ हम सिर्फ और सिर्फ चुनाव की रणनीतियां बनाने में ही लगे हुए हैं। महोदय, एक साथ चुनाव होने से मतदाताओं की संख्या बढ़ेगी, प्रशासनिक मशीनरी पूरी निष्ठा से कार्य करेगी और इस देश की सरकार इस देश के विकास में अपना ध्यान केंद्रित कर पाएगी, क्योंकि प्रगति की इस राह में जब चुनाव रूपी स्टेशन बार बार आते हैं तो हम विकास के क्षेत्र में कई दफा पीछे चले जाते हैं। महोदय, ये जरा सोचिए कि अगर इन्हीं रुपयों का सदुपयोग किया जाए तो हर जिले, हर गांव में न जाने कितने एम्स अस्पताल खड़े किए जा सकते हैं, बच्चों को मुफ्त शिक्षा दी जा सकती है, हमारे देश में गरीबी, भुखमरी, जल संकट जैसे गंभीर समस्याओं का समाधान किया जा सकता है, देश विदेश में अच्छे संबंध बनाए जा सकते हैं, युवाओं को रोजगार दिया जा सकता है। और एक साथ चुनाव संभव तभी है जब हमारे चुनावी आयोग और भी मजबूत होंगे, जब हमारे राजनीतिक दलों में एकजुटता आएगी, जब हमारे केंद्र और राज्य सरकार की समापन स्थिति एक समय पर ही तय किए जाए। चाणक्य जी का कहना था कि किसी भी राष्ट्र का उदय और अस्त उस देश के शिक्षक के हाथों में होता है, परंतु हमारे देश के शिक्षक तो सिर्फ चुनाव की व्यवस्थाओं में ही व्यस्त रहे आते हैं और अपने कार्य पूरी निष्ठावान तरीके से नहीं कर पाते हैं। और अगर अभी भी मेरे विपक्ष में बैठे साथियों के मन में यह सवाल है कि एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव सही नहीं, तो मैं उनसे बस यही कहना चाहती हूँ कि जब हमारा राष्ट्र एक, संविधान एक, लोकतंत्र एक, देश की सरहद पर मरने वाला फौजी एक, तो फिर एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव क्यों नहीं? धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
मैं विपक्ष की तरह झूठे वादे नहीं करूंगी, मैं विपक्ष की तरह झूठे वादे नहीं करूंगी। एक सवाल पूछूंगी यहाँ बैठे हर उस व्यक्ति से जो एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव के खिलाफ है। मैं पूछना चाहती हूँ 1951 से लेके 1967 तक जब राज्यसभा और विधानसभा के चुनाव एक साथ होते थे तब चाचा नेहरू गलत थे? अगर तब चाचा नेहरू गलत थे तब आज हमारी सरकार गलत है। लेकिन विपक्ष एक बात ध्यान से सुन ले, हम जनता के भलाई में कार्य करते थे, करते हैं और करते रहेंगे। सोचने से कहाँ मिलते हैं तमन्नाओं के सफर, सोचने से कहाँ मिलते हैं तमन्नाओं के शहर। मंजिलों को पाने के लिए चलना भी पड़ता है जनाब, मंजिलों को पाने के लिए चलना भी पड़ता है। एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव वो तमन्ना का शहर है जिसकी जनता विकास मांगती है। एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव वो तमन्नाओं का शहर है जिसकी जनता वोट दे देकर थक चुकी है। ये मैं नहीं कह रही महाशय, ये कह रहे हैं आंकड़े। हाल ही में हुए विधानसभा के चुनावों में जनता का प्रतिनिधित्व भले बढ़ रहा हो मगर जनता का योगदान मात्र 50% रह गया है। जी हाँ, मात्र 50% जनता ने ही लोकसभा के अलावा विधानसभाओं में दिए थे वोट, लेकिन लोकसभा के चुनावों में जनता का मतदान प्रतिशत अधिक था। ये मैं नहीं कह रही, ये कह रही है कोविन समिति की रिपोर्ट कि एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव से हमारे जीडीपी में 1.5% की दर से वृद्धि होगी, जो कि जीडीपी में प्रत्यक्ष या परोक्ष रूप से सीधे सीधे 5 लाख करोड़, जी हाँ 5 लाख करोड़ का योगदान देगा। माननीय सदस्य महोदया, मैं आपको अवगत करा दूं कि हमारे देश में आज भी 80 करोड़ से अधिक जनसंख्या मात्र सरकार द्वारा दी जा रही 5 किलो अन्न पर अपना जीवन बसर करती है। जी हाँ, 5 किलो अन्न पर बसर करने वाले 140 में से 80 करोड़ से अधिक हैं। उस जनसंख्या के लिए 5 लाख करोड़ एक बहुत ही अहम रहता है। इटली में बैठने वालों को ये चीज नहीं समझ में आए, मगर इस भारत की बेटी हूं, मुझे ये चीज समझ में आती है कि हमारे देश की जनता को विकास चाहिए, खोखले वादे और झूठे दावे नहीं। मगर मुझे एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव में एक बड़ी परेशानी लगती है। अगर 5 साल तक कोई चुनाव नहीं हुए तो व्हाट्सएप विश्वविद्यालय क्या करेगा, विपक्ष क्या करेगा? उसके पास बहु और बहुमत तो दोनों ही नहीं है। मगर हमारे देश में हमारे सरकार की गति एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव के साथ विकास की गति इतनी अच्छी होगी कि विपक्ष के पास, व्हाट्सएप यूनिवर्सिटी के पास बहुत कंटेंट होगा। तो मेरे व्हाट्सएप विश्वविद्यालय के छात्रों, मेरे व्हाट्सएप विश्वविद्यालयों के छात्रों, हंस लो इन दांतों से खिल खिल कर, वरना बुढ़ापे में ये दुख देंगे हिल हिल कर। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
राजनीति में जादू नहीं, गणतंत्र की पहचान रहे, संविधान का रंग बढ़े, जनता का मुस्कान रहे, चुनाव से ही न्याय मिले, एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव नहीं, लोकतंत्र की जान रहे। माननीय सभापति महोदय, एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव ही क्यों, एक राष्ट्र एक स्वास्थ्य सेवा भी तो हो सकती है। अमीरों को अच्छी इलाज मिल रही है और गरीब इलाज के बिना मर रहे हैं। अगर एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव होगी तो 3 गुना ज्यादा खर्चा होगा, जिस लगभग 40 लाख से ज्यादा ईवीएम की जरूरत हमें पड़ेगी। अगर एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव होगी तो राज्यों के मुद्दे हमारे राष्ट्रों के मुद्दे के नीचे दब जाएंगे। तो इसीलिए एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव को मैं अपोज करना चाहती हूँ। एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव, एक छत्रवाद की ओर एक कदम करीब। धन्यवाद, जय हिंद।
आदरणीय सभापति महोदय और इधर सभी उपस्थित मेरे साथियों और महान भारत के मेरे नागरिकों, विविधता भारत की पहचान है, विविधता भारत की असली ताकत है, ना कि एकरूपता। सत्यता के आधार पर अगर हम बात करें तो एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव गणतंत्र की हत्या, एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव भारत की एकता पर आंच, एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव भारत के जो क्षेत्रीय पार्टी है उनका गणहत्या। ये सब क्यों कहा जा रहा है? अगर ये एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव है क्या? एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव ये तो एक विशेषतः ये एक नई विचारधारा नहीं है। सन 1952 से 1967 तक
यही विचारधारा अपनाया जा रहा था। लेकिन अभी 1967 से हम एक नए विचारधारा से धारावाहिक तौर से हम एक धारावाहिक तौर से हम एक नए निर्वाचन से हम आयोग में लड़ जा रहे हैं। इसीलिए ये जो एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव, ये क्या है? ये एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव एक ऐसी विचारधारा है जो कि हमारे समाज में बहुत सारे क्षेत्रों को प्रभावित करती है। जैसे कि हमारे राजनीतिक अधिकार, भारत में सभी लोगों के अधिकार है, बोलने का अधिकार, सोचने का अधिकार, सभी अधिकार है। लेकिन अगर सोचो एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव बना जाएगा तब हमारे भारत के कितने प्रतिशत लोगों को बोलने का अधिकार छीन लिया जाएगा? कितने आंचलिक दल का मत को चाप दिया जाएगा? इधर और एक संशोधन प्रक्रिया है जो कि धारा 368 के तौर पर अगर हमको एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव लड़ना है तो 15 से ज्यादा हमको संविधान को संशोधन करना पड़ेगा, जो कि उतना आसान भी नहीं है। एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव साधारण के तौर पे ये एक गणतंत्र की नहीं, गणतंत्र के तौर पे एक छत्रवाद की और लिए जाने वाला एक मकसद है, जो कि राजनीतिक दलों ने आंचलिक दलों के मत को काटने के लिए ये सब एक योजना बनाई गई है। अगर सोचो एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव लड़ा जाएगा तो 5 साल में एक बार इलेक्शन होगा। अगर वही निर्वाचन को लड़ने के लिए सारा का सारा राजनीतिक दल अपना पैसा खर्चा कर देंगे, तब जाकर अगले 4 साल तक क्या हमको न्याय मिलेगा? अगले 4 साल तक क्या हमारा दुख कौन सुनेगा? कोई नहीं सुनेगा। तो अगले 4 साल तक क्या हमारा जो विकसित भारत में कुछ कार्यक्रम लाया जाएगा? नहीं किया जाएगा ना। तो इसीलिए एक सच्चे देश प्रेम के हिसाब से मैं और आओ हम सब मिलकर कहते हैं, से नो टू वन इलेक्शन एंड शेप द नेशन। थैंक यू। जय भारत।
Respected dignitaries, Honorable Speaker Sir, and to each and everyone present in this parliament, I, Ayusha Patnaik, as the whip of my team, would like to offer a crucial rebuttal on the topic of one nation and one election that has been presented by the government team. While these seems appealing in the first glance, it actually brings a lot of political and constitutional issues that need to be addressed carefully. India being a country where its constitution has been designed in such a way that it provides autonomy to each and every state. And it will be so wrong and disrespectful for the federal system of our country if we forcefully impose one nation and one election to the country who doesn't want to impose ONOE. As the government team told that if one nation and one election will be imposed, the economic cost will be lower. Where I oppose to this statement, because I strongly believe that if one nation and one election will be imposed, 40 lakhs will be spent on the EVM machine, which is 3 times larger than the current situation. They have also told a point that in country like Australia and many more countries, they are imposing one election and one nation and one election, then why not in India? I want to say that India being a country exceeding to 1.4 billion population, just imagine if we impose one nation and one election, how much days it will take to complete the election and how much sector will get affected in those particular time. Voices of uneducated and rural people are only heard at the time of election. And just imagine if one nation and one election will be there, then how much leader will go and hurt the voice of the rural people and uneducated people. Even after this point, do you guys think that we should impose one nation and one election? I strongly believe no. India being a diverse country with diverse climatic change, if we will impose one nation and one election at a particular month, it is not flexible for other states to conduct one nation and one election in that particular month period because of the diverse climatic condition we have. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar once said that India having a constitution where every state can resolve their issue individually. And if we will impose one nation and one election, ladies and gentlemen, then many consequences are there which cannot be addressed properly. If election will help together and one team will fail and one team will fail in the confidence of the people, then there will be situation when national and state election could help early, leading to political instability. So at last, while concluding, I just want to say that India's strength lies in its diversity and not in its unity when it's come to election. That's all for today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. The next team, please. See, in case you continue speaking even after the buzzer has finished, then at least I'll not be marking, I'll not be giving you marks for all those words or all those sentences which you speak after the buzzer, after it goes, So, you may choose to continue, you may, whatever you want to, air your views or something, but then that may not really be appreciated for the purposes of giving marks to you. Please remember that.
For next, we have Cluster University of Jammu as government, represented by Ayushvi Sharma, Ridham, and Akrida Mahajan. Also, Sala Birla University as opposition, represented by Aditi Kumari Singh, Tilotma Kumari Narayan, and Srishti Narayan. I will also like to request Banasthali Vidyapeeth and Sri Sri University to be kindly present as they are the next. Thank you.
Good evening, sir. I am Akrida Mahajan, assuming the role of Prime Minister.
This side Rhythm as the whip.
Please.
Good evening, sir. I, Aditi Kumari Singh, Prime Minister of the Opposition Party.
Good evening, sir. I am Tilotma Kumari Narayan as the President of the Opposition Party.
Good evening, sir. This is Srishti Narayan, acting as whip of the opposition.
Please start.
कागज पर लिखे कुछ शब्द क्रांति नहीं लाते, क्रांति लाती है एक नई सोच, क्रांति लाते हैं सही दिशा में रखे गए कदम. And one nation, one election, ladies and gentlemen, is a legendary step in the right direction. A pledge, a promise, a reform, a revolution. Honorable Speaker, we as the government believe that one nation, one election can only pave the way for a Vikshit Bharat by 2047 and a Vishwa Guru Bharat in future. So we must transmute this from being a policy under consideration to becoming a policy under implementation, ladies and gentlemen. Here, we must visualize two Indias. One that we have presently, where we keep on spending more than 1.35 lakh crores on a single assembly election, where human resource mobilization disrupts civilians' life repeatedly, and a new India where through simultaneous elections, we save more than 4,500 crores, where reforms replace freebies, where no repeated allocation of election-related manpower
disrupt civilians' life, a new India where we promote sustainability by avoiding campaigning related pollution, where model code of conduct does not hamper development. The contrast is quite clear and the decision is ours. A finger that a parent uses to lift up his or her child when she or he is young is the same finger that a voter uses to lift up the country when they vote. The journey of the world's largest democracy, Bharat, started with one nation, one election. And sometimes, ladies and gentlemen, it's important we flip the clock backwards because we might be missing a very important lesson. This lesson is one nation, one election, ending with a few more lines. गहन सहन मनमोहक वन तरु मुझको आज बुलाते हैं, पर किए जो वादे मैंने याद मुझे आ जाते हैं. अभी कहाँ आराम बड़ा, ये मूक निमंत्रण छलना है. अरे अभी सोने से पहले हमको मीलों चलना है. जय हिंद, जय भारत.
A nation united, a voice so clear, one nation to shape our future year by year. No more the cycle of endless polls, just one ballot for the united souls. From Kashmir to Kanyakumari, a single call, one nation, one election for the rise of us all. A democracy strong with justice and grace, the power of the people in a unified place. Honorable Speaker, respected opponents, and dear audience, imagine a nation where governance is seamless, policies are implemented without delay, and the focus is on the development rather than constant electioneering. Imagine a nation where elections don't disrupt governance, where every citizen's vote is heard in harmony, and where resources are utilized effectively for the progress of the nation. Imagine a nation where elections don't divide time and resources, but unite us under a single purpose of progress. What if I told you that by synchronizing our elections, we could create a seamless path towards a stronger and a more efficient democracy? Today I stand before you to advocate for one nation, one election, a transformative bill that I think can reshape India's democracy for the better. And how? First, cost efficiency. Conducting elections incur massive expenses. India spent nearly rupees 60,000 crores in its 2019 general elections, approximately 1.35 lakh crores in 2024 elections. Ladies and gentlemen, one nation, one election can boost India's GDP by 1.5%. Second, the effective governance. The model code of conduct and the poll-bound paths puts on hold the entire development progress, the policies causing disruptions in the normal public life. For example, it costed India 800 days of governance in the last 5 years because of cycles of elections after elections. Then, curbing corruption and electoral malpractices. Repeated elections give rise to excessive election funding, which increases the risk of corruption. ECI recovered inducements of approximately $550 million in 2024 elections, according to a CNN report. Next, the efficient use of administrative resources. 2019 general elections, 2 million polling personnels and approximately 10 lakh security personnels were deployed. One nation, one election will free up these human resources for their primary roles. Last but not the least, what if Diwali is celebrated every day? You will enjoy it for a day or two, but then you will not take it seriously. Similarly, Loktantra ka Parv, the elections should not be an everyday affair. The voter turnout in 2024 elections dipped 1.3% in the past decade. Ladies and gentlemen, a democracy that is constantly in election mode cannot be in governance mode. So the real question is, that should democracy be about governance or just elections?
अंग्रेजों को भगा डाला हमारे वीर जवानों ने। भारत जहां तकनीकी सामाजिक चुनौतियां थी, वहां औद्योगिकरण कर डाला नेहरू टाटा जैसे महानों ने। अटल जी ने तो खून पसीना एक कर दिया आर्थिक विकास लाने में। और प्रधानमंत्री जी का क्या कहना, स्टार्टअप इंडिया, डिजिटल इंडिया, आत्मनिर्भर की लहर चला दी हमारे देश में।
फिर क्यों वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन पर अब तक चर्चा ही चल रही? क्यों समय नहीं दे पा रहे? क्यों समय लग रहा है इसे अपनाने में? Honorable Speaker, judges and my worthy opponents, I am here to dismantle the opposition's case and proudly say that one nation, one election is the need of the hour. I believe that there are n number of points as to why one nation, one election should not come in motion in the brains of opposition party. But I believe that the top one has to be threat to regional and small parties. And the whip is going to do what it has to do, rebut it. Very easily the statement is passed that if elections are held together, people will vote for the same party at both national and state level. But wait, how come voting at one time erase the voter's intelligence? I ask you, my audience, if your English exam gets preponed on the day of your Hindi exam, will you get confused? Will your brain stop working? Will you write A for an hour in your exam? Similarly, right now at this very moment, big parties dominate national elections. But with one nation, one election, every party, no matter how big or small it is going to be at the same level, same platform. Next point to rebut is, one nation, one election is meant to be logistically not feasible. जब जब दहला विश्व हमारा और जब जब बेमकसद खून बहा, चीन, रूस, जापान सभी ने भारत को दूत कहा. पर नहीं जानते ये लोग और ना ही हमारे विरोधी that India manages large-scale elections, conducting Lok Sabha elections across 28 states and 8 union territories. Thank you.
हर मौसम का अपना एक रंग होता है, हर चुनाव का अपना एक ढंग होता है. जो अब इसे एक बार में निपटाना चाहते हैं, उनसे पूछो कि डर किस संग होता है. जनता को हर कुछ साल में मौका चाहिए, हर झूठ का आईना दिखाना चाहिए. अगर सत्ता के चेहरे बेनकाब हों, तो फिर किसे लोकतंत्र में आना चाहिए. Honorable Speaker, sir, distinguished guests and fellow citizens, I stand hereby today not just as a representative of the opposition party of this great nation, but as a firm believer in the value that define our democracy, federalism, diversity, and the power of every voice. We are gathered here to discuss the Constitution 129th Amendment Bill of 2024, popularly known as One Nation, One Election. The Prime Minister has already spoken about the unity and efficiency. But unity is not about making everything uniform. It is about embracing differences, ensuring that every region, community, and citizen has a say in the governance of the country. This bill threatens the balance. Now, the question arises, holding simultaneous election, the country is stick, but what cost? Simultaneous election, national issues like defense, economy, and foreign policy could overshadow regional concerns like agriculture, unemployment, and local government. Only in few years, government might become less responsible for public concerns. Is it logically possible managing
राज्य की एकात्मकता दमन का हथियार या क्रांति का मैदान बना सकती है? हमें यह तय करना होगा कि इस शक्ति का उपयोग कैसे करें. एक राष्ट्र चुनाव एक राष्ट्र युद्ध क्षेत्र है. या तो हम विजय होंगे या हम हार जाएंगे. Esteemed members of Parliament, distinguished guests, and respected citizens of our Republic, I speak before you today with a deep sense of responsibility and profound concern regarding the the proposed constitution, One Nation, One Election initiative. Now, let's be clear. Efficiency is tempting. Who doesn't want to save money and reduce administrative burdens? But I ask, at what cost? Are we willing to sacrifice the delicate balance of our federal structure for the sake of a streamlined process? Imagine this. A national wave sweeps the country, overshadowing the nuanced local issues that affect our daily lives, our municipal problems, our state-specific needs. Will they be heard amidst the roar of a national mandate? This isn't about logistics. It's about representation. As stated earlier, it's about ensuring that the voices of every village, every town, every state are given their due weight. Are we going to allow national level politics to draw out the local level needs? The staggered election we currently have, while perhaps less efficient, serve as a crucial checks and balances, allowing for the expression of regional grievances and ratification of national policies. They provide a vital conduit for the people's will to be heard not just every 5 years, but throughout the democratic process. We are a nation built on diversity, on the principle of unity in diversity. Are we willing to risk the diversity for the sake of a singular monolithic electoral event? Let's not be saved by the promises of efficiency. Let's stand for the principles that have made our nation strong. Let us not sacrifice the soul of our democracy on the altar of expediency. Let us choose a path that strengthens our democracy rather than diminish it. Let us not trade the richness of our diversity for the illusion of uniformity. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
केंद्रीकरण की ये कोशिश मुट्ठी में रेत समान है. जितना दबाओगे इसे उतना ही ये बेमान है. Esteemed members of parliament, distinguished guests and respected citizens, we gather today to deliberate upon a matter of profound national significance, the Constitution Bill 2024. My objective today is not to sway your opinions, but to illuminate the multi-phase dimensions of this debate. We must understand the implications of this bill, not just for the election cycle, but for the generations to come. To facilitate a deeper understanding, I now pose some probing questions. To those advocating for concentrated mobilization, how do we ensure this does not become concentrated control? Silencing diverse voices, and how will revolutionary groups unify? On national unity and regional representation, considering the diverse linguistic and cultural landscape of our nation, how do you ensure that a national election does not become a tool for linguistic or cultural dominance? The Election Commission, a rational body, it will gain immense power. How do you prevent this body from becoming a political influence from ruling party at the center, particularly given past controversies surrounding electronic voting machines and allegations of electoral manipulation? Well, hopping into a very important perspective, if a national emergency were to occur shortly before a scheduled simultaneous elections, necessitating a postponement, what mechanism would be in place to ensure that the resulting power vacuum does not lead to a political instability or constitutional crisis? How will the government function if national and state governments are out of this elected terms? Let's understand this with a case law. Kyoto Holohan versus Dachi Lu, 1992. This case dealt with the 10th schedule, anti-defection law, and emphasized the importance of maintaining the integrity and legislative process. Relevance? Well, the bill could potentially lead to situations where national political trends unduly influence state-level elections, impacting the integrity of regional representation. It should not be forgotten that till the mid-1960s, national and state elections were held together. It was the frequent imposition of the Article 356 that led to the dissolution of state assemblies, which resulted in multiple elections. Therefore, Considering the inherent risk to our federal structure, let us not trade the nuanced tapestry of our democracy for the illusionary efficiency of a monolithic state. Thank you. Jai Bharat.
I think the next team.
Next, I would like to invite Vanasthali Vidyapit, represented by Isha Joshi, Niharika Agarwal, and Prachi Sharma, to kindly come up to the stage and assume their role as government. Followed by Shri Shri University, represented by Raju Srivastava, Aparna Bhattathiri, Atashi Sinha, to kindly come up to the stage and assume their role as opposition. All the best, participants.
Kindly introduce yourself. Hari? Just 1 minute, just knock it. It's not working.
इट इज वर्किंग नाउ। नमस्कार, मैं प्राची शर्मा प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में यहाँ प्रस्तुत हूँ।
नमस्कार, myself Isha Joshi as the President of the Government.
नमस्कार, मैं निहारिका अग्रवाल शासन के विप के रूप में उपस्थित हूँ।
नमस्कार, मैं राजुल श्रीवास्तव प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में।
नमस्कार, मैं अताशी सिन्हा प्रेसिडेंट के रूप में।
Myself Aparna, presenting as a whip of the opposition. With the countdown of 3, 2. भारत माता शब्द नहीं, ये श्रद्धा का संबोधन है। भारत माता प्रेम समर्पण का उद्बोधन है। भारत माता भाव पटल पर अमित अखंडित सूरत है। भारत माता हर बेटी के मन मंदिर की मूरत है। भारत माता हर बेटी के मन मंदिर की मूरत है। नमस्कार आदरणीय अध्यक्ष महोदय एवं सम्मानित सदन। मैं आज इस सदन में शासन के प्रधानमंत्री की भूमिका का निर्वाह करते हुए 129वें संविधान संशोधन के पक्ष में अपने विचार प्रस्तुत करने के लिए प्रस्तुत हूँ। महोदय, भारत एक विकासशील लोकतांत्रिक देश है। निश्चित रूप से ही लोकतंत्र सबसे अधिक प्रभावी शासन व्यवस्था है, परंतु इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं कि ये बहुत अधिक महंगा है। बार बार होने वाले चुनाव में बहुत अधिक अर्थ व्यय हो जाता है एवं इसी समस्या का समाधान है एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव विधेयक, जिसमें केंद्र व राज्यों के चुनाव साथ में संपन्न करवाए जाएंगे। महोदय, भारत में 1950 से लेकर 1960 के दशक तक भी लोकसभा एवं विधानसभा के चुनाव साथ में ही संपन्न कराए जाते थे और अब एक बार पुनः हमारे पूर्व राष्ट्रपति रामनाथ कोविंद समिति के प्रयासों द्वारा 17 दिसंबर 2024 में यह विधेयक लोकसभा में प्रस्तुत किया गया है। इस प्रकार ये कोई सरकारी एजेंडा नहीं अपितु विकसित भारत की ओर बढ़ता हुआ एक कदम है। महोदय, इससे न केवल चुनावी प्रक्रिया में खर्च होने वाला पैसा बचता है जो देश की सृजनात्मक विकास को बढ़ावा देकर देश की जीडीपी को बढ़ाता है, अपितु इससे चुनाव आयोग के लिए हॉर्स ट्रेनिंग एवं दल बदल जैसी समस्याओं से निपटना आसान हो जाता है। साथ ही चुनाव पंजीकरण एवं वोटर लिस्ट बनाने में भी आसानी होती है। और महोदय, अंत में अपने विपक्षी साथियों से जो अपने अंतर्मन से जानते हुए भी कि वह गलत मैं सही हूं, परंतु फिर भी अपनी हवाई बातों बिना आधार के तथ्यों और आंकड़ों से सत्य को मिथ्या व मिथ्या को सत्य प्रकट करना चाहते हैं, से मैं केवल एक ही बात कहना चाहूंगी कि मत चिरागों को हवा दो, कि मत चिरागों को हवा दो, ये बस्तियां जल जाएंगी और माना पानी में भी आग लगा सकते हो तुम, मगर इन मगरमच्छों के साथ ही नन्ही मछलियां मर जाएंगी। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
We do not stand here as mere spectators nor as the echoes of voices past. We are the architects of tomorrow, the ones who shape, the ones who last. Whether to defend or to defy, our words will soar, our truth will fly. For freedom, for justice, for all to see. We stand in strength, we stand in unity. A very good evening, Honorable Chair, in the August House. Today, I stand before you to express our commitment to the people, I will not be deterred by the attempts of my opponents to disrupt our nation's progress. The Constitution 129th Amendment Bill 2024 offers a transformative vision of India's democracy. One nation, one election. Imagine a country where the entire nation votes together every 5 years. No constant political disruptions, no policy paralysis, and no repeated election expenses. Just one decisive moment where the democracy gets the chance to speak louder and clearer. You may shoot me with your words, you may cut me with your eyes, but still, like air, I will rise. I will rise because I have the courage to accept the truth and say it out loud, that elections in India are a never-ending cycle, always happening somewhere, at some point, in some state, year-round. Political parties are always in a campaigning mode. They are deviating their attention from the government concerns to rallies and making promises to strategize their votes. And the financial burden? Staggering. Thousands of crores are wasted on organizing multiple election organizations and multiple election programs. The Constituent 129th Amendment Bill 2024 seeks to synchronize Lok Sabha and state assembly elections, which will unify the progress so that the leaders would actually and truly focus on the next 5 years of progress instead of focusing on the next election. Globally, many nations have already embraced this model. Germany, Brazil, Indonesia, South Africa, and Sweden. All the countries conduct synchronous elections, which in the result, we can see the reducing cost of elections there, the political stability there, and the efficient government there. Amantram aksharam nasti, nasti moolam anoshadham, ayogya purusho nasti yod projector durlabha. There is no letter which does not form any mantra. There is no plant which does not form any medicine. There is no person who is incapable, only the ones to identify them are rare. Similarly, a certain insight is needed to identify the advantages of the Constitution 129th Amendment Bill 2024. The choice is in our hands. Do we need a nation that will be always voting or a nation that is always growing or making the progress? Let's make an India where reasons, not passion, prevails to empower our people. Thank you.
एक रहा है भारत हर दिन सदा रहेगा एक, सदियों से रही है इसकी भाषा भाव अनेक, आस्था और विश्वास अनेक होते हैं मानव के, मानवता मानव की सदा रही है नेक। भारत की एकता और अखंडता को अभिव्यक्त करने वाली इन पंक्तियों के साथ आज मैं इस सदन में प्रस्तुत हूँ। आदरणीय अध्यक्ष महोदय एवं सम्मानित सदन, नमस्कार। आज इस मंच ने बेहिसाब, बेबुनियाद, बेमानी दलीलों, आंकड़ों, कथनों का एकांकी चित्रण देखा है और इस सिलसिले में मेरा यह कर्तव्य बनता है कि मैं प्रश्न उठाऊं अपनी विरोधियों की भ्रामक बातों पर, प्रश्न उठाऊं उनके द्वारा सदन की राय गलत दिशा में ले जाने की कोशिश पर और प्रश्न उठाऊं उनके इस दुस्साहस पर। एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव न केवल हमारी आर्थिक जरूरत है बल्कि भ्रष्टाचार निरंतर, राष्ट्रीय स्थिरता, राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा के लिए भी एक महत्वपूर्ण कदम है। मैं अपने विरोधियों से सिर्फ इतना पूछना चाहूंगी कि क्या यह सच नहीं कि चुनाव इकोनॉमी के चलते सोशल मीडिया कंपनियां, बड़ी कंपनी और चुनाव रणनीति यह नहीं चाहते कि चुनाव की संख्या कम हो, जिससे वे करोड़ों कमा नहीं पाएंगे। आज इस सदन में पहुंच चुके मेरे विपक्षियों से मेरा सिर्फ इतना कहना है कि क्या वे देश हित के लिए निर्णय लेंगे या सिर्फ चुनाव जीतने के लिए। सच है मैं कटाक्ष करती हूँ, फिर भी यह प्रश्न करती हूँ, संविधान को गीता मान देशभक्ति और देश निर्माण की बात करती हूँ। संख्या 2 व 4 पर बोले हुए मेरे प्रिय प्रतिपक्षी मित्र जिन्होंने एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव आयोजन की कठिनाइयों को बढ़ा चढ़ाकर वर्णन किया है, क्या वह ये अनदेखा कर सकते हैं कि चुनाव आयोग की रिपोर्ट के अनुसार 2006 में 1000 करोड़, 2014 में 3000 करोड़ और
19 में 6,000 करोड़ खर्च किए गए। करदाताओं की मेहनत के इतने रुपए से भारत में विश्व स्तर के 100 मेडिकल कॉलेज और अस्पताल स्थापित किए जा सकते हैं। ओलंपिक की उच्च इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और उच्च शिक्षा के 200 नवीन केंद्र स्थापित किए जा सकते हैं। तो मेरे विरोधी कैसे कह सकते हैं कि एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव हमारे देश के लिए हित में नहीं है? और सिर्फ ये नहीं महोदय, जब देश में एक राष्ट्र एक कर स्थापित किया जा सकता है तो एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव क्यों नहीं? धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
माननीय अध्यक्ष और यहाँ सभी प्रस्तुत लोगों को मेरा नमस्कार। भारत दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा लोकतंत्र, चुनाव इसका एक अहम हिस्सा। आज हम जब भी चुनाव करते हैं, जब भी हम वोट देने जाते हैं, तो ये प्रतीक है हमारी स्वतंत्रता का, हमारी आवाज का, हमारी लोकतंत्र की शक्ति का। पर कुछ लोग इन्हें बदलना चाहते हैं। क्या होगा अगर ये बदला जाएगा? तो क्या होगा पूरे देश में अगर सिर्फ एक चुनाव होगा? तो चलिए इसका उत्तर जानने के लिए हम चलते हैं एक छोटे से गांव में। एक छोटा सा गांव, साधारण लोग, यहाँ के लोग नेता से बड़े जुड़े हुए हैं। उनकी समस्या सीधी है, विद्यालय, पानी, सड़कें। क्या एक ही समय पर अगर चुनाव होंगे तो हर एक राज्य का, हर एक गांव का मुद्दा सामने आ पाएगा? क्या जब एक ही चुनाव होगा पूरे देश में तो इन महावारों की आवाज से इनकी छोटी छोटी उम्मीदें दब जाएगी? उसका क्या? आज हमें सोचना होगा, क्या हम लोकतंत्र की विविधता को छोड़कर मात्र केंद्रीयता की ओर जा रहे हैं? क्या हम क्षेत्र की आवाज एक ही धुन में दबाना जा रहे हैं? अगर हर वोट की कीमत है तो हर चुनाव का समय भी होना चाहिए। एक चुनाव एक वोट, अरे एक चुनाव एक वोट करके क्या हम अपनी पहचान खो देंगे? या तो लोकतंत्र की आवाज दब जाएगी या हम इसे फिर से एक नया आवाम देंगे।
Good evening, everyone. I am present before you to discuss the demerits of the 129th Amendment Bill, a proposal that aims to synchronize the elections of the Lok Sabha and all the state legislative assemblies. While amendments are often introduced to strengthen governance, not all changes can bring favorable outcomes. The 129th Amendment Bill of 2024, commonly known as the One Nation, One Election Initiative, in particular, raises several concerns that need our attention. Firstly, one of the major issues with this amendment is its impact on federalism with the centralizing of power. India follows a federal structure where power is divided between the central and state governments. However, this amendment proposes to conduct simultaneous elections, which tilts the balance of power, potentially undermining the autonomy of the state legislature. If laws are crafted in a way that prioritizes the center's authority over regional governance, it weakens the democratic framework that our constitution upholds. Moreover, implementing simultaneous elections poses logistical challenges, especially in remote areas, including the massive deployment of security forces and election personnel, which could affect the efficiency of the electoral process. Thirdly, regular election cycles could also ensure better political responsiveness. Meanwhile, there is also a possibility that national issues might just overshadow the regional issues. As a result, some of the most concerning regional problems may go unnoticed and unresolved. Simultaneous elections could also be complex in nature, and thus citizens might become disinterested to vote if elections become a complex event. Finally, let us also look at the psychological tendency of human beings to lose interest in things very quickly. If we align the elections then the forthcoming years post the elections will stand null without any electoral happening. This, in turn, will have a negative impact on the voters, especially the youth, as they would lose touch with elections, thereby losing basic knowledge and interest about general electoral affairs. In essence, while amendments are aimed for a dynamic democracy, not all changes are beneficial. The 129th Amendment Bill, with its potential to disrupt federalism, democracy, judiciary, and most importantly, the distribution of power and governance, needs serious reconsideration. We must always question whether such amendments truly serve the people or merely centralize power. Jai Hind.
One nation, one election. Let's look into the nation part first. A country like India, where its identity itself lies in diversity. We are fortunate enough to have different cultures, religions, interests, beliefs, and regional differences. And we must respect and treasure each one of them. The current federal system that exists in our country is such that it respects the diversity and the differences of our country. In federalism, each tier of the government has its own importance in role in decision making. We all know that elections play a pivotal role in democracy. The way in which elections conducted are also as equally important as elections because it helps in shaping the true essence of a nation's governance. Like the whip of the government stated, she had stated the amount that is required for the frequent elections, but let's look at it in a logistic perspective as well. There are over 700,000 different polls across the country. Imagine the logistics that need to be involved in such a huge number. In the same time, at all the parts of the country, in these many booths, we need to have perfect bureaucrats and the essential machinery required. This could create other disparities. Undermining the federalism. I like to start by stating that a regional majority may be a national minority. What need to be noted is that a regional majority is so because of the regional preferences in that particular area. And due to it being a national minority, its needs could be gone unnoticed or undermined. Because of one nation, one election, an excessively powerful center could lead to the destruction of a healthy democracy and could potentially, please note, could potentially transform India into an authoritative country not long soon. So here, I would like to request the House. We are women. We are rational and at the same time moral and empathetic. Let's all please care to notice the dangers that can go hidden when the national minorities' interests go unnoticed or disregarded. In human psychology, there's an important factor called as mob psychology. It is nothing but that the actions of one individual can get affected by a collective outcome or result of a group or a mob. So here, simultaneous elections often result in voters favoring the same party at both the levels, intentionally or unintentionally, which again could skew the whole representation. Yes, we are change makers, but if the change is not right, necessary or purposeful, it does more harm than good, and it is always better to avoid them. Because governance in a huge economy like ours, especially in a crucial time like this, because we all know that we are developing at a high pace right now, there is absolutely no room for trial and error. So I'd like to conclude by saying that we strongly oppose one nation, one election, because in the nation that we are in, unity is in its diversity. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the next team can come. And I think, ma'am, get change.
I would like to thank Dr. Ajay Brahmi sir for his valuable judgment. And now I would like to invite Dr. Upma Gautam ma'am to join me on the stage to proceed with the judgmental process. And for the next government team, we have Lovely Professional University and their representative are Vidushi Singh, Diya Tomar, Swastika Shribi. And for the opposition, we have Kamdhenu University, Anshika Suresh Sen, Gadwan Komal Prakash Bhai, Hanshika Nagar. And after that, The next universities are Parul University and Sant Gorje Babar Amravati University, Amravati. Please come to the front and sit.
Hello.
I understand that you all are sitting for a very long time, but please, it is requested to maintain the decorum because the teams here, the sound is so much that the teams here would be disturbed. So even if you are discussing points or practicing or doing anything, please do it a bit silently. Thank you.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello, LPU, hello, LPU, hello, hello.
Hello.
Hello, 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 hello,
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
check, check, hello.
Hello.
Please introduce. Yes.
My name is Vidushi Singh and I stand as the Prime Minister of the government.
Good evening, ma'am. I'm Swastika Shri as the President of the government.
Diya Tomar as the Whip of the government.
Good evening, ma'am. Komal Gadhwana as the Opposition Prime Minister.
Myself, Anshika Suresh Sen as President.
Myself, Hansika Nagar as Whip of Opposition.
Greetings to the Honorable Speaker and members of the House. I am here today remembering Bhagat Singh, who stared directly into the eyes of the jailer while reading the last page of the Lenin's book with a grit to say that I will be remembered by the upcoming generation. And we, the youth of today's generation, are sitting with the folded pages in our hands asking for a Vikshit Bharat. And the answer to that is the 129th Amendment, One Nation, One Election. It is the vision of a Bharat in which every 5 years, 1.4 billion citizens will speak in one powerful voice. It is a vision not just for political parties or leaders, but for progress, grain, positivity, women, poor, farmers, and progressively breaking all the chain. Like every mission, even this has its pillars, starting with number 1, governance without disruption. No more election cycle traps, no more policy paralysis, often done by MCC. Number 2, saving taxpayers' money. Crores spent on security booths, election campaigns will finally be saved and then invested on infrastructure, education, and healthcare. Number 3, stronger voter engagement. No more engagement of voters, no more voter fatigueness as seen in the 2019 Lok Sabha election. And number 4, a more focused governance. No more vote bank politics, as finally long-term goals will be focused on rather than short ones just to win in state. This vision is also backed by the 178 Law Commission report, digital voter verification and EVM integration, and election fund rationalization. Don't get me wrong, ladies and gentlemen, the elephant in the room is not being ignored. We know about the regional concerns and the amendments needed, but the government here is here to take the stand. There will be constitutional safeguards along with electoral reforms. It is basic maths, my dear opposition. Let's add the dream of a farmer who wants to sell his crops in the global market without policy delay. Let's subtract the fact of schools being converted into polling booths. Let's divide the fact of 60,000 crore being the expenditure in Lok Sabha election, and let's not multiply even elections more. And this basic calculation will equal to a Vikshit Bharat having one nation, one election. Jai Hind.
To the esteemed members of the House, imagine a sprinter at the starting line. The gun goes off. They take a few steps and then they stop. The race is restarted. They start again only to stop once more. How will they reach the finish line? Ladies and gentlemen, this is India today. A nation running but never reaching, a government elected but never uninterrupted. I see several policies today, like Digital India, Make Up India, Made in India, Vikshit Bharat, Ayushman Bharat, Atmanirbhar Bharat, and 70 to 80 such schemes across 12 to 13 ministries. But then comes elections. Election Commission imposes model code of conduct, and they say, let's not do it today. But then we have one nation, one election to tell them that it's not today, but why not today, ladies and gentlemen? Because Election Commission reports that 4,500 crores can be saved every single year with simultaneous elections. How can we justify the soaring costs of elections, ladies and gentlemen? Year by year, the price tag keeps increasing. 9,000 crores in 1998, 55,000 crores in 2019, and ultimately 1 lakh crores in 2024. And for what? The same process, the same campaigns, the same slogans, and the same political drama every single year. Now, let us talk about businesses. Imagine you are an investor, but for investing, you need stability. Now, here is the problem. Frequent elections equals to frequent policy changes. One government brings the plan, the other one scraps it. One talks about tax cuts while the other one increases them, resulting into instability, ladies and gentlemen. Well, the report by N.K. Singh and Kasim Mishra explained that one nation, one election could actually boost India's GDP by 1.5 lakh crores, which is a whopping 4.5 lakhs, ladies and gentlemen, which is more than what India spends on healthcare in a year. Well, the opposition might really be worried about the regional parties, but I would like to present to you the case study of 2014 when the national and state elections were held simultaneously in the very state of Odisha. The BJP government was leading a massive wave, but what happened to the Odisha voters? Did they forget their regional party? In fact, no, ladies and gentlemen, the Biju Janata Dal increased its vote share from 38% to 45%, proving the opposition wrong. Well, now some of you might ask me, what if a government fails? What if they lose the majority? Well, let's take a flashback to 1960s and 1970s when India had synchronized elections. Now, you might say that that cycle was broken. Yes, of course. But why? That was because the MLAs and MPs switched their parties for personal gain. But hey, let's say hi to 1985 when the anti-defection law was introduced. What happened then? It was made illegal to defect, distray, and finally betray. Ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, I would like to conclude my speech by telling you that together we can change the cannot to can and the dream to plan. Thank you.
ना मैं होली की बात करती हूँ, ना मैं रमजान की बात करती हूँ. देश में कट्टरता नहीं, विकास चाहती हूँ, इसीलिए हिंदुस्तान की बात करती हूँ. और महोदय, इस हिंदुस्तान की महत्वपूर्ण इकाई है चुनाव, जो ना सिर्फ आवाज है 134 करोड़ देशवासियों की, आवाज है लोकतंत्र की, आवाज है महिलाओं, युवाओं, किसानों, सीमा पर खड़े जवानों, प्राकृतिक साधनों और नेक संसाधनों की. और हमारी सरकार एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव के माध्यम से प्रयास कर रही है इन सभी आवाजों को सशक्त करने का. महोदय, ह्यूमन डेवलपमेंट मिनिस्ट्री की 2021 की रिपोर्ट के अनुसार पिछले 30 वर्षों में एक भी ऐसा वर्ष नहीं है जब देश में चुनाव ना हो, जिससे संपूर्ण देश प्रतिवर्ष इलेक्शन मोड में रहता है और विकास का चक्र बाधित हो जाता है. क्योंकि अनुच्छेद 324 के अनुसार मॉडल कोड ऑफ कंडक्ट पारित होता है तो सरकार की विकास की नीतियों पर रोक लगाता है. ईज ऑफ इलेक्शन की 2024 की रिपोर्ट के अनुसार यह सरकार की कार्य करने की क्षमता को 45% तक कम करता है. महोदय, दूसरी बात, आज हमारे देश में सबसे बड़ी समस्या यह है कि नीतियां बनती तो हैं पर वो जमीनी स्तर पर कार्यान्वित नहीं होती. और 255वीं लॉ कमीशन की रिपोर्ट के अनुसार देश में प्रतिवर्ष चुनाव का होना देश को पॉलिसी पैरालिसिस और डिलेइंग ऑफ पॉलिसी की तरफ धकेलता है. महोदय, तीसरा, कार्यक्षमता. एटलस बाय इलेक्शन कमीशन 2018 की रिपोर्ट के अनुसार देश में चुनावों का प्रतिवर्ष होना सरकारी कर्मचारियों की कार्य करने की क्षमता को 30% तक कम करता है और सरकार पर वित्तीय बोझ बढ़ाता है. अगर हम 2014 के खर्च को देखें तो सरकार का कुल खर्च 6,000 करोड़ का था, लेकिन अब एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव के बाद, जैसा कि हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा कि विकसित भारत 2047 और अमृत काल के प्रण के लक्ष्य को देखते हुए ये पैसा महिला सशक्तिकरण, कृषि, उद्योग, अनुसंधान और शिक्षा जैसे क्षेत्रों में लगेगा. महोदय, आज विपक्ष ने 3 मुख्य मुद्दे उठाए: सेंट्रलाइजिंग ऑफ पावर, स्टेट ऑटोनॉमी और बेसिक स्ट्रक्चर. इनकी तरह झूठे आंकड़े देने की आदत नहीं है, इसलिए बड़ी सटीकता से जवाब दूंगी. सर्वप्रथम, सेंट्रलाइजिंग ऑफ पावर. अनुच्छेद 327 केंद्र सरकार को राज्यों के चुनाव के संबंध में प्रावधान करने का अधिकार देता है. They say it is unconstitutional. सर, जाके कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन पढ़िए. इट इज अ कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल प्रोविजन. अधिकार है डिलिमिटेशन का, अधिकार है इलेक्टोरल रोल तैयार करने का. महोदय, हमारी सरकार भारतीय मतदाताओं के अधिकार को सुनिश्चित करते हुए अनुच्छेद 73 और अनुच्छेद 172 में संशोधन लाकर एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव के प्रोसेस को सिंक्रनाइज करने का प्रयास कर रही है. महोदय, दूसरा प्रश्न जो विपक्ष ने उठाया कि एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव से स्टेट ऑटोनॉमी को ठेस पहुंचेगा. इंडियन कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के शेड्यूल 7 यूनियन लिस्ट एंट्री 72, इलेक्शंस टू पार्लियामेंट, इलेक्शन टू लेजिस्लेटिव असेंबली, इलेक्शन टू प्रेसिडेंट एंड वाइस प्रेसिडेंट का शक्ति केंद्र सरकार को देती है. महोदय, मैं तभी कहती हूं कि सारी किताबें हैं गलत, सब अदब झूठे हैं, इन झूठों को लगता है कि सब झूठे हैं. महोदय, तीसरा प्रश्न बेसिक स्ट्रक्चर पर उठाया गया. हमारी सरकार सदैव भारत, भारतीयता और भारतीय संविधान के नेतृत्व में काम करती है. आज सदन ने केशवनंदा भारती केस का हवाला दिया, लेकिन महोदय, वही केशवनंदा भारती 5 मुख्य बिंदुओं पर बात करता है: सेकुलर स्ट्रक्चर, फेडरल स्ट्रक्चर, लेगेसी ऑफ इंडियन कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, सेपरेशन बिटवीन लेजिस्लेचर, एग्जीक्यूटिव, जुडिशियरी, जुडिशियल रिव्यू. और एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव में कहीं भी इनमें से एक को भी ठेस नहीं पहुंच रही। अंत में विपक्ष से इतना ही कहना चाहूंगी कि झूठे आंकड़ों से सरकार नहीं चलती, चलिए साथ मिलकर नया इतिहास लिखते हैं। जय हिंद, भारत माता की जय।
Honorable Chair, Honorable House, I raise today not just in opposition to the One Nation, One Election Bill 2024, but in defense of democracy itself. The government tells us this reform is about efficiency. But since when did the democracy become an inconvenience that needs streamlining? Frequent elections, they say, are a burden. Really, elections are what keep governments in check. Should we sacrifice the accountability just because it's expensive? If cost cutting is the goal, why stop at elections? Why not have one nation, one parliament session? Administrative cost can be saved, yes, but what about the cost about the encompassing electoral exercises which could dilute the savings? Firstly, this bill dilutes the overshadow regional concerns in a unified elections. This threatens the fundamental rights, including Article 14, equality before law, and the Article 16, equality opportunities, which could lead to socio-economic inequalities. So, should farmers in Punjab or flood victims in Assam wait for Delhi's priorities to align with theirs? Crushing regional voices in the name of unity, that's not the democracy, that's a domination. Second, the logistical disaster. The Hindu reports that 70 state assemblies would be prematurely dissolved and it will face the midterm elections for a remaining term. By Article 83 and by Article 172, tenure truncation, if only a year left, then the forced midterm elections might not provide a full mandate, but potentially leading to instability and even necessitating the imposition of president's rule, a scenario that could further centralize power and erode the state autonomy. Government has said that till 1967, one nation, one election was in existence. Yes, that's true. But now look at the people. As per the 2019 Lokniti CDSC survey, about 61% of Indians prefer staggered elections. A new bill has been introduced by the government, but has the steep and pastel analysis done by them? Let's be clear here, elections are not an administrative inconvenience. They are the pulse of our democracy. So tell me, honorable members, do we really want a democracy or just an illusion of one? Let's stand for the democracy, let's stand for the federalism. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Nivedita, a young leader passionate about water management in her drought-prone district, tried to raise her voice, but her plea for state-specific water conservation measures were drowned by larger debates about national security and economic growth. Thanks to One Nation, One Election. Honorable Speaker, ma'am, and all the respected members of August House, I stand before you today not merely as a president, but as a custodian of shared dream, a dream for progressive, prosperous and unified Bharat. But I think that this dream will be shattered. All credits to One Nation, One Election. The main motto of this bill is, why to deal with state elections when we can just run an election marathon? Why deal with those small problems? Water crisis, rape crisis, Nirbhaya, Abhaya, Arjikar Medical College, murders, car crashes in Vadodara, and all these problems until it becomes a national issue. It will definitely overshadow the regional issues under the namesake of big national problems. Honorable Speaker, ma'am, through your medium, I would like to communicate that One Nation, One Election has loopholes in synchronization. We all are aware of full term, unexpired term, general elections and midterm elections. If everything is going fine, then there is no problem. But what if any political crisis arises and the assembly collapses? What about the unexpired term? If the main term elections are held, then will they get 5-term tenure, or the 2 to 3 years of them will be held and they will get 2 to 3 years? If they get 2 to 3 years, then will they impose long-term reforms when they are there for just a small period of time? Adding upon, the implementation of this bill will be made by 5 constitutional amendments. Article 83 subsection 2, Article 85 subsection 2, Article 172, Article 174 and Article 356, followed by the ratification by half state assemblies of India. These amendments literally change the basic nature of the constitution, that is federalism. They aren't actually reforms. I consider it as an anti-federal strategy. The government also argues that the simultaneous elections will observe 40% cost reductions. But what about the expenses we will face by organizing such a massive event? 1 million electronic voting machines, more security personnel, more government officials. What about these costs? Another point I would like to highlight is that this bill will only strengthen the big parties and no small regional parties will be benefited. This will lead to situation of dictatorship, domination, monopoly, and etc. Thus, this bill erodes the fundamental rights of public, manipulates the people, sacrifices the stability of democracy. This is not just a change in tenure. This is an attack on India's electoral integrity. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
One nation, one election is a precursor to one nation, zero election. Good evening, Honorable Speaker, Madam Sir, respected jury members and fellow parliamentarians. I speak for the adversity of a common man is going through. This is not the first time one nation, one election has been kept in mind to enforce into our constitution. Even before, in 1951 to 1967, simultaneous elections were being conducted. But in 1968, due to instability in state assembly and Lok Sabha, simultaneous elections were stopped once and for all. Yes, this might give our country cost efficiency, administrative effectiveness, and even model code of conduct. But is it really all worth if the common man can't even keep their opinion on the ground level issues freely, voting on the basis of which political party has better publicity? Is this what our country needs? Stop this mockery of democracy. The current status of our country, where there is division of power and no dictatorship, might as well end because of this, as the common man would not get the accountability to question back to the government. Kill frequent elections, kill accountability. What's next? Kill democracy itself? No. In a combined election, the focus may shift predominantly to national issues, leaving state-specific concerns inadequately addressed. Simultaneous elections are predominantly existing in South Africa and Sweden, stated by many people before, right? But the common issue that is faced is that concentration of power and nation politics that is being played. As even Sri PDT Acharya argued under Keshwanand Bharti that one nation, one election is against federalism, which is the basic structure of our constitution and can't be altered. They say that one nation, one election can help our nation's funds, but if thousands of crores of the taxpayers can be spent on unnecessary publicity, rallies and campaigns rather than actually working for the nation, while for India to follow one nation, one election, same amount would be spent on EVMs and manpower. And as we all know how that ruling party are financial shenanigans, just so that ruling party gets overpowered and democracy remains just a name tag to the dictatorship they want. We, the people who have the power to represent the common man of India, to fight for their right, want accountability to question the government whenever we want and change it whenever we feel like it. In a diverse democracy like ours, one nation, one election is not just impractical, it risks silencing regional voices and weakening our federal structure. Let's stand for representation, not uniformity. Democracy thrives on diversity, not shortcuts. Thank you.
Thank you. Next team, please.
For next, we have Parul University as government and is represented by Manya Chaturvedi, Anvesha Pratishruti and Shreya Verma, followed by Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University, Amravati as opposition and is represented by Arifa Sabir Hussain, Nafisha Sabir Hussain and Shravani Shrikant Rote. I would like to request B.A. Samdur Rahman Crescent Institute of Science and Technology, Chennai and Barampur University to be prepared as they are the next. Thank you.
Please introduce.
Shreya Verma as the Prime Minister.
Anvesha Pratishruti as the President.
Greetings to the House. This is Manya Chaturvedi as the Whip.
Arifa Hussain as the Prime Minister.
प्रणाम, मैं श्रावणी स्मिता श्रीकांत रोटे विपक्ष के राष्ट्रपति के रूप में अपना पक्ष रखूंगी.
Myself, Nafisa Hussain, as the whip of the opposition.
When the nation votes as one, the future stands tall. No more broken promises and no more endless stalls. Together we rise and together we stand. One nation, one election is what we need. As the Prime Minister of this governance, I thereby greet Honorable Chair, the members of the Parliament, and my worthy opponents a very phonetic evening. Today, India lies at the crossroad with endless cycles of election where one ends and another begins. We are the members of the country where governance is sacrificed and the privilege of elections. Today, every month, somewhere in India, elections are being held. Elections are being held, and with that, the moral code of conduct kicks in, where it halts the development, it freezes the project, and derails the progress. Our teachers are being pulled away from their classrooms, our police officers from their posts, and the government officials are being pulled away, are being forcefully removed from their real duty to manage the polls. Is this the India which we have envisioned? I ask Honorable Chair and the members of the jury. In this India, we are envisioned. Today, we rise to strongly favor one nation, one election, where synchronized electoral system, which we establish seamless elections of progress, democracy, resource optimization, and strengthen inability. V theory stands for three major pillars, the very first one being electoral elections, where each year, Election Commission of India spends thousands of crores of rupees in each general election, ladies and gentlemen. And with one nation, one election, this can be slashed to half, and we can reallocate this resource to where it is actually required. Secondly, the governments need to not to disrupt this elections and the governance. This code of conduct will delays a lot of situations and probabilities. So with this, we can say that post-election economic prudence is really required. So we stand with one election and one bill. Thank you.
The question is no longer whether we should adopt one nation, one election, but how soon can we make it happen. Very warm greetings of the day to Honorable Speaker, respected jury, and member of the Parliament. As the President of the governance, I would like to reiterate what the Prime Minister rightfully pointed out. Governance cannot be held hostage in an endless cycle of elections. I see my opponent raising their voice, but very loosely not raising the logic of their argument. If we are to fulfill the mandate entrusted to us by the people, we must ensure that the machinery of the state is not perpetually engaged in electoral exercises, but is instead focused on delivering results. The proposal for simultaneous elections is not just a matter of convenience, it is a necessity for the progress of our democracy. Now, people of the House, I would be considered an inadequate member of Parliament if I keep speaking like I just did, restarting, reforming, and halting every few seconds. Then why do we, as the elected member of the Parliament by the people, expect them to accept a government that keeps on restarting its policies, reenacting its acts, and then due to outrageous amount of elections? Although frequent elections are a very essential to democratic fabric, we cannot ignore the governance paralysis it causes due to repeated enforcement of the model code of conduct. Policies are stalled, resources are drained, and administrative machinery is overstretched. Yet, Honorable Speaker, some among us seem to believe that non-stop campaigning is a substitute for actual governance. It is perplexing, honestly, that those who claim to champion democracy are the very ones resisting a reform that strengthens it. Perhaps the real concern of our dear opponents is not the well-being of the country, but the fear of facing the electorate on a level playing field without the benefit of constant political maneuvering. People of the House, I hope you all see that a synchronized electoral cycle will enhance the voter engagement, optimize resources, and allow both the central and the state governments to focus on long-term development without multiple disruptions. It is a step towards cooperative federalization, ensuring the state and the union work in harmony rather than being caught in a cycle of electoral uncertainty. Let me ask all the honoraries present here in this room a question. Do we dare to dream of an India where government worked tirelessly for 5 years instead of tiring the public with perpetual campaigning? Jai Hind.
When a nation votes as one, it reflects not only the diversity but unity in uniformity, the very essence of democracy. India, a 1.4 billion people country, is not only just a nation, but a living, breathing democracy, where every person, every community, and every individual have their own voice. And despite this diversity, we consider unity as our power, a power that brings everyone together, not as an individual, but as an entire nation. Respected jury, honorable speakers, and the member of the parliament, today I stand here as a whip of this distinguished governance in continuation of my honorable Prime Minister and respected President. Today I stand here to tell each one of you, yes, the one on those opposite benches too, today I stand here to tell each one of you that we are at the crossroads of development in this economy, and it is high time that we decide whether we stand with the progress or linger in the past, because this decision will lead to a country that has synonymous 5-year elections where there would be no political disruptions, desolations, and where the political memorandums would not be hoarding words, where the leaders would be forced to work upon the promises they gave, and the government, well, the government would go back to its governance and start the memorandum they stood upon. So to my learned counterparts who would be yapping their bibliographical points here, I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart, because you're so confident even when you lie, because raising your voice with false arguments does not lead you to win an argument, ladies and gentlemen, because if that was the case, you'd be having millions of Nobel Prizes by now, but I'm so sorry, that's not how it works, so let's talk substance. You claim that India is incapable of holding simultaneous elections, mind you. I might reiterate this to you. We come from a land that holds Kumbh and Mahakumbh together in this land of diversity. If we have the capacity to hold this fiat of colossal in this land of diversity, then holding these elections is nothing but a stretch of time. Honorable Chair, respected jury, these people don't care about nation safety. All they care about is their selfish pride. They say they are concerned about the state's growth and national safety. I concerned what they were doing. Where were they? Were they sleeping? Exactly, my friends. This is what they were doing. They were sleeping. They say they are concerned of the state's growth. I question yet why in their governance there are states that are blacklisted and concerned of their basic infrastructure, healthcare, unemployment. Please. The only thing they are concerned about is their personal security so that they would stay in power. Jai Hind.
जालिम को जो ना रोके वो शामिल है जुल्म में, कातिल को जो ना टोके वो कातिल के साथ है। हम सर बकफ आए हैं कि हक फतायाब हो, कह दो उसे जो लश्करे बातिल के साथ है। Good morning to respected Speaker of the House and my fellow parliamentarians. I stand before you in opposition to justify why one nation, one election shouldn't be eligible to pass. Before the government calls us anti-nationals, let me highlight the flaws that have been intentionally overlooked by them. Firstly, one nation, one election might undermine the importance of local issues. It would undermine the importance of issues unique to each state by overpowering national issues during elections. Secondly, although the government claims this bill is economical, they have overlooked the fact that we might need more resources during simultaneous elections, and that means more electoral cost. I guess the ruling party has yet again benefited themselves, as they would no longer be liable to answer the questions imposed on them before multiple elections, and they only have to do it once during simultaneous elections. To remind the government, simultaneous elections were previously stopped
as it was a hassle to conduct re-elections after the government's fell midterm. I believe the government in action is not sure about their regional parties. And they know that one nation, one election is enough to push their national narrative and subvert the regional narrative. Although I'd like to remind the government that we, the opposition, won't be fooled. And we also won't let the issues of hunger, poverty, illegal demolitions, unemployment, hate, communalism, etc., to be jeopardized by emotional appeals of bills such as one nation, one election. I'd say that it's not us sleeping, rather it's the government in power that's sleeping. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
जय मंजिल आंखों से ओझल वर्तमान के मोह जाल में आने वाला कल न भुलाए। एक तो हम निवेदन करते हुए मैं विपक्ष की राष्ट्रपति के रूप में आपने विचार आपके समक्ष उपस्थित करने हेतु सज्ज हूं। एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव, ये तथाकथित ऐतिहासिक सुधारणा बताई जाती है, किंतु मुझे ये प्रश्न हमेशा सताता है कि ये क्या सत्य में हमारे लोकतंत्र को मजबूत करेगी या उसकी जड़ों पर आघात करेगी। अध्यक्ष महोदया, मैं इस विधेयक का पूर्ण रूप से विरोध करती हूँ, क्योंकि ये न केवल मेरे देश के संविधान की सांघिक संरचना को आघात करता है, बल्कि इस लोकतंत्र की सबसे बड़ी शक्ति जनता की स्वतंत्रता और उनकी जवाबदेहता पर भी वार करता है। कहते हैं भारत उस बागीचे की तरह है जहां अनेकों धर्मों, जातियों, संस्कृतियों के फूल एक साथ खिलते हैं। इस देश को ऐसे व्यापारियों की आवश्यकता नहीं है जो अपने स्वार्थ के लिए इन फूलों को, ऐसे मालियों की आवश्यकता है जो इन फूलों को में वृद्धि करे। यदि यह विधेयक लागू कर दिया गया तो स्थानिक मुद्दों को राष्ट्रीय एजेंडे ओवरपावर कर देंगे और फिर तमिलनाडु, महाराष्ट्र, जिनकी अपनी अलग राजनीतिक प्राथमिकता है, पीछे छूट जाएंगे। क्या हम ऐसा लोकतंत्र चाहते हैं जहां स्थानिक मुद्दे सरकार तक पहुंचे ही ना? कहा जा रहा है कि यह विधेयक बड़ा आर्थिक रूप से लाभकारी होगा, पर क्या सरकार ये भूल गई है कि ईवीएम्स की संख्या और शिक्षक कर्मचारियों की संख्या तथा लागत दुगनी या 4 गुना हो जाएगी। कहते हैं भारत विश्व का सबसे बड़ा लोकतंत्र है, पर ये भी कहते हैं कि हम चुनाव एक साथ लेंगे। ये ना तो व्यावहारिक है, ना ही किफायती। आज एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव की बात हो रही है, कल एक पार्टी एक राष्ट्र की बात होगी, परसों एक राष्ट्र एक नेता होगा और फिर एक नेता और चुनाव ही खत्म हो जाएंगे। अब सवाल आपका है कि आप किस बात को चुनते हैं, देश के हित को या लोगों के 5 साल बंद दरवाजे के पीछे खुद के फायदे के लिए किए जाने वाले विचारों को। और सत्ताधारी पक्ष का बार बार ऊंची आवाज का लांछन सुनने के बाद उनको यह जरूर कहना चाहूंगी कि ऊंची बात करने के लिए ऊंची आवाज की जरूरत नहीं होती। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
चीखते हैं अब वो सब है बाकी जो कहते हैं हक की लड़ाई है, जमीर सब जिन्होंने छोड़ दिया, जिन्होंने सियासत अपनाई है। Good afternoon to the Honorable Speaker and all the members of this House. As the whip of this House, I sit here not just as the voice of my party, but as a custodian of our collective conviction. Today we are here to discuss one nation, one election, a utopian dream being shoved down our throats. They claim it saves money, 10,000 crores in 5 years, but what about the erosion of federalism? The state government will lose its power to the central government. The power will centralize. What will they do then? Impose president's rule? They boast about streamlined governance, but what about accountability? Elections are the heartbeat of our democracy. They keep the ruling party on their toes. So the government should learn to face the people and not hide behind the 5-year curtain. The government boasts about this being practical, yet it's a logistical nightmare. Dissolving state assemblies mid-term will waste our taxpayers' money and disrupt our governance. Constitution amendments such as Article 83, 85, 172, 175 and 356 will have to be changed in our constitution. It
isn't a reform, it's a reckless gamble with a legal framework. The government boasts about this being modernization. But what about the ease of the voters? Overburdening 1 billion voters with dual elections will lead to chaos and confusion. Managing 543 Lok Sabha and 4,123 Assembly at the seat at once is beyond the grasp of our current India. My next point would be risking the election patterns. Simultaneous elections will lead to voters casting their vote to one single party at both state and central elections, undermining the diversity of the governance. Now, if all the elections happen together, people will focus on one single national issues. What about the regional issues? What about the regional parties? What about our marginalized communities? Their words will go unheard all over again. Now, I would like to ask the government, what about people who have got big money? Rich parties will dominate campaigns, and local parties that rely on local support might not have enough money to compete. Isn't this a democracy where equality comes before money? The government here talks about reducing administrative machinery, that is the election staff, security, etc. But they've not discussed about the efforts that it will take themselves to handle two simultaneous elections together. But as they said that they have enough time. So can't that enough time be used to resolve current issues in our country such as poverty, communal polarization, violence, etc.? So today, I request and urge all the parliamentarians to reject this bill, and I urge the government to start working and stop deceiving. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you. Next teams, please.
After an energetic battle of government opposition, now we have B.S. Abdul Rahman, Crescent Institute of Science and Technology, Chennai, who will play the role of government. And the representatives are Sadhana M, Niranjana MS, Swedha G. And for the opposition, we have Berhampur University, Prajalita Bastia, Akanksha Kanungo, Lipsha Mishra. And the next following universities are Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, and Jivaji University, Gwalior.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm Sadhana, President of the Government. Prime Minister of the Government.
Shweta, President of the Government.
Niranjana, Whip of the Government.
Lipsa Mishra as the Prime Minister of Opposition Team.
Good evening, ma'am. This is Prajalita Bastia, President of the Opposition Team.
I am Akanksha Kanungo, being the Whip of the Opposition Team.
When one charioteer leads, 7 horses pull the chariot swiftly. When one election is unified, the whole nation moves forward. Honorable Speaker, I stand here before you in accordance with the notion of one nation, one election. Voting is our very right, but this does not mean that we should be overburdened with such high number of elections conducted in a year. Ladies and gentlemen, it is highly inefficient. It costs us money. Each election costs us resources, both human and material. Each election costs us time. And more importantly, each election happening every few months focuses on elections rather than the core governance at this point. With all these elections in a vigorous loop again and again, we are hindering the economic growth ourselves. The focus has shifted so much that a blind eye is shadowed on the situation of officers during election. As election duties come, who are the ones that are affected? On 17th December 2024, the notion of one nation, one election was introduced. The glorious strike we try to implement now is the very circle that has once been, and now we just try to meet the completeness of the circle. The concept of one nation, one election, the simultaneous election, is not new in India. Looking back at the screen of history, in 1951, the first general election of the Lok Sabha and State Assembly was conducted. And it remained a practice for 3 consecutive general elections. This practice not only saves money, not only saves time, not only saves resources, but the deployment of a substantial number of personnel will be only once in 5 years. One nation, one election is not just a bill for electoral efficiency. It is a bill for a stronger, more stable, and economically resilient India. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Honorable members, it gives me great pleasure to address this gathering. Throughout history, people have fought, marched, and even given their lives for the right to vote. Indeed, the polity that is enforced in India has its own history and legacy. One such driving force of Indian governance is the elections. And now we have gathered here to address the insertion of one nation, one election into the current prevailing election system. Since 1967, the notion of separate election for the state assemblies and Lok Sabha has been in force. The time all through these years have been in good effect, though pertaining to certain matters. The current ruling government proposes the bill to conduct simultaneous elections, and this bill proves to be beneficial to the state as well as its people. Honorable members, I would like to highlight to the House that there are 4 pillars of democracy, namely legislative, executive, judiciary, and media. The foremost among them all is legislative. This itself speaks of its importance, and we are here to discuss on the matter of the conduction of election to this legislative, both in center as well as states. Honorable members, my government has set its motion to achieve Vikshit Bharat, a developed India by 2047. Reforms of such magnitude require a spirit of vision. A measure that promises to redefine the terms of good governance is the bill introduced in the Parliament to synchronize election schedules in the country. The One Nation, One Election plan can promote consistency in governance. The political parties and the legislative can focus on good governance and not just on frequent elections. It also prevents policy paralysis that occurs due to the implemented moral code of conduct during elections. Reduction of financial burden also takes place. Also, the One Nation, One Election bill will strive to improve the civic participation not only through voting but also through enhancement of political representation and opportunity. The simultaneous elections will give greater scope for diversification and inclusion among political workers representing various parties. And also, honorable members, do you know what happens when time is saved? Well, the great example is the ancient age master civilization of Indus Valley that we proudly climb about. Indeed, when simultaneous elections bill is in force, the time saved can be used for the development towards Vikshit Bharat. Hereby, honorable members, voting is a sacrament, and I wish all of you to responsibly exercise your voting rights. Make choice of the election system that paves way for the betterment of the nation. Jai Hind.
Honorable Speaker, this bill is said to be so transformative, remarkable, and game-changing. Hence, it is termed as the biggest reform in Indian electoral system. Every time when an election process happens, India witnessed something which are invisible and devastating keeps happening. That is, the government of India comes to an halt. Because every election triggers something called a model code of conduct. Therefore, in this process, it hits the pause button on policy making and halts critical development. So, during this time, no government projects or schemes can be inaugurated or announced. This pause does not last for days, but it stretches for months. In fact, in 2017, Bipin Debroy and Kishore Desai actually uncovered a startling truth. They discovered that the government developmental activities were suspended for 7 months due to the model code of conduct. 3 months for nationwide Lok Sabha elections and 4 months for 4 state elections. 2 months in Jharkhand and Jammu and Kashmir. 2 months in Maharashtra and Haryana. Public investment during this time slows down. Funds they made for school, road and hospital got stuck. In Maharashtra, if you combine the days spent for campaign, polling and governance paralysis, the state loses about 300 days during the 5-year tenure. Can you imagine? 300 days is one a full year where the progress slows down. The election are incredibly expensive. In 2019 Lok Sabha election alone cost 55 to 60,000 crore, and add to this the cost of multiple local body elections separately, the bill becomes enormous. Regarding administrative hurdles, every time elections are held, essential services take ahead. Politicians, teachers, and local officials are actually pulled away from their duties. Schools turns into police station, police and paramilitary leave their post, and local officials are busy with their election work. And with election happening every few months, the politician focus moves on election than the core governance. These are the problems in existing system. Because of this, our government proposes one nation, one election bill to make the optimum use of our Bharat's resource and to achieve the dream of Vikshit Bharat. This concept of simultaneous election is on way infringes upon the right of citizens to select their representatives. It ensures that the government remains continuously responsive to their legislative body, reflecting the people's will. The Governance Committee report clearly depicts how this will boost India's growth. In case of GDP, it rises 1.5%, which is equal to that of 4.5 lakh crore. Inflation decreases by 1%, government expenditure shoots up by 18%, and investment in the economy increases by 0.5%. So overall, if we analyze and see, this is fantastic, right? Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, esteemed members of the House and my fellow citizens, Divya and Bhavya Namaskar from the Prime Minister of Opposition to the rows and rows of wise members. I and my party vehemently oppose the bill proposed by the ruling government. That is, one nation, one election. Madam Speaker, this government proves to be dangerous to democracy. The so-called DEI, I repeat, the so-called DEI, democracy, equity, and inclusivity has unfortunately turned into discrimination, exclusion, and indoctrination. One nation and one election not only has the potential to disrupt the basic structure of parliamentary framework, but also the spirit of parliamentary form of government. Moreover, it increases the complexity of administration. Complexity arises when there is emergent need of financial assistance, manpower, or security forces to conduct the election smoothly. Let me tell you, as per the Election Commission of India, the statistics says over 10,000 crores were spent for every procurement and replacement of new EVM. Democracy is not just conducting elections, but is about ensuring continuous accountability. It is about compliance with the laws, federalism, and representation of empowering voices. It can't be denied that the bill proposed many promise or promote efficiency, but at what cost? At what cost? Risks of weakening regional autonomy, diluting public accountability. Madam Speaker, this proves to be very detrimental to the democratic spirit. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Honorable Speaker, ma'am, and esteemed House members, as Madam Prime Minister of our party have briefly highlighted our stance against the bill One Nation, One Election, it clearly shows that this idea is neither feasible nor practical for our country. To begin with, there are so many constitutional and legal hurdles just to make this bill work, and this also disrupt the federal structure. The father of our nation have rightly said, if we are to create a federal structure, then we must respect the diversity of India. And a single election could disrupt this delicate balance of regional concerns and diversity of our people. India is a country of diverse faith, culture, religion, and issue. And yet, under one nation, one election, national narratives might just overshadow regional voices. And issues like water disputes, educational facilities, and farmer distress Regional parties focuses on these local issues more prudently. So if elections will be held simultaneously, then these bigger parties with massive resources and in every street with their hoardings and banners, slogans will overpower these local bodies. And suddenly, the concern of farmers in Punjab, a weaver in Tamil Nadu, a fisherman in Kerala, or Adivashis of Jharkhand and Odisha will no longer make headlines. Study shows on average there is 77% chance that Indian voters will vote the same party of the state and the center. Frequent election, even though costly, ensure that government remain accountable to the people throughout their term. Voters use elections as a tool to express their anger and dissatisfaction, but if elections are held only once in every 5 years, the voters will not get a chance to show their dissatisfaction. By one nation, one election, you might enhance efficiency, but you might ignore accountability. Honorable Speaker, ma'am, when there are too many challenges, how can the government party align billion people, 28 states, 100 of local bodies, and decades of tradition into a single synchronized system? Now, every state have different year in which the term will end, as they started in different years. So now to align the appointment date of 1st May 2029, some state term is getting reduced and some is being extended. So now parties with reduced tenure will try more to survive for the next political tenure rather than focusing on long-term reforms. So I would say one nation, one election is not designed to serve Indian people. Our Indian people need more decentralization than centralization. Thank you. Jai Hind.
एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव का राग, हमें नहीं चाहिए ये खतरनाक भाग। हमारी विविधता ही हमारी शक्ति है, हर राज्य का अपना अधिकार रखना जरूरी है। विविधता में एकता की बात करते हैं, लेकिन एक चुनाव से ये नहीं निभाते हैं। राजनीति की ये रंगीन गलियां, कहीं खो ना जाए हमारी स्वतंत्रता की सहेलियां। I highly admire this abstract ambition of a government that cannot deliver one nation, one examination, that is the recently conducted NET examination, but still aspires to conduct simultaneous election in this vast, diversified country. Thing to focus on, with different cultures, different geographical areas, we cannot be ever fitted to oneness. One nation, one election will only lead to one party and many donations. One nation, it is obviously one nation, but it is many states, many political parties. Our system allows regional parties to come up and proliferate, making us a truly diverse, vibrant democracy. So why are we force-fitting a system into this? Is it right? India, which is the biggest democratic country, where hierarchy is maintained at every field, in every sphere, why in case of elections we are not maintaining and we are making a hassle move? Why do we need to conduct the elections at a very short tenure of time? Is it right? Election is the fundamental of a country, a fundamental base. And I would like to oppose the recent government saying that you are talking about one nation, one election. Your government is unable to conduct the Lok Sabha election at one phase. It takes almost more than a month to complete that. So for a great democratic country like India, with varied opinions, threats of disaster management to different states, educational developments and literacy rates, it won't be practically possible to go for one nation, one election. Our Honorable Prime Minister and whip of the ruling government has surely talked about their policies, claiming that the cost reduction will be a major thing that one nation, one election is focusing on. I would like to ponder my views upon that. According to Niti Aayog report, rupees 20 per voter it takes for the current fragmented election. And if continuous simultaneous election is being conducted, it roughly saves rupees 5 per individual. So, for violating the basic structure and expenditure of consequential savings for conducting synchronized elections is given as a justification? Of course not. The ruling government does nothing and rather being incapable in conducting a national level examination, just throws upon very balderdash arguments and talks of a lot of bogus things, rather focusing on many other things that could bring various reformations. Thank you.
Thank you. Next teams, please.
Next, I would like to invite the team from Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, represented by Utkarsha Sood, Ayushi Tripathi, Sara Pundir, assuming their role as government, and followed by Jivaji University, Gwalior, represented by Isha Srivastav, Shamiksha Dubey, and Palak Shikarwar, assuming their role as opposition. All the best, participants.
Honorable Speaker, Madam, respected jury members, and esteemed members of the House. Today is not just another debate.
Please introduce yourself first, Abhi.
My name is Utkarsha, and I'm the Prime Minister of the government. Sara Pundir, the President of the House.
सदन में उपस्थित सभी सदस्यों को मेरा प्रणाम। मैं पलक सिकरवार सत्ता के विपक्ष में अपने मत प्रस्तुत करूंगी।
Please repeat your name.
सदन में उपस्थित सभी सदस्यों को मेरा सादर प्रणाम। मैं विपक्ष की ओर से प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में अपने मत प्रस्तुत करूंगी।
आपका नाम? What is your name? Palak. Okay.
पलक सिकरवार।
ईशा श्रीवास्तव, विपक्ष की ओर से प्रेसिडेंट।
समीक्षा दुबे as the whip of the opposition.
Honorable Speaker, Madam, respected jury members, and esteemed members of the House. Today is not just another debate. It is a moment to redefine India's democracy. A moment to rise above inefficiencies, political instability, and wasted resources. Before delving into the merits of the bill, I would highlight Article 82A, which provides the legal framework for the delimitation of constituencies. It seeks to synchronize electoral cycles and schedules. India, the world's largest democracy, holds elections almost every year. As a result, the Model Code of Conduct is imposed frequently, halting governance and delaying crucial decisions. How can a nation progress when its policies are put hold every few months? Now let's talk about expenditure. The expenditure report by the Election Commission states that 60,000 crore. I repeat, 60,000 crore. That's how much the 2019 Lok Sabha elections costed. Add to that the multiple state elections and the numbers become astronomical. And who pays for that? Well, obviously the taxpayers, the middle class. In addition to these, one of the often overlooked benefits of simultaneous elections is the potential for higher voter turnout. Data shows that voter turnout in state election often drops to 60%, while Lok Sabha elections see a relatively higher turnout. In this age of digitalization, where everything has moved online, why should our electoral process remain outdated? One revolutionizing solution can be to adopt One Nation, One Vote application, a centralized mobile app developed under the Electoral Commission of India. Honorable Speaker, Madam, our democracy is a beacon of hope for billions, but hope must be backed by efficiency and progress. One nation, one election is not just a reform, it is a necessity. Jai Hind.
Honorable Speaker, respected jury members, distinguished guests, and esteemed members of the House. Every great democracy faces a moment of reckoning, a moment when bold decisions shape the future. Today is that moment for India. We stand at the threshold of a transformative change, one that will redefine how we govern, how we vote, and how we progress.
One nation, one election is not just about synchronization. It is about strengthening democracy itself. The time for fragmented mandates and endless election cycles is over. The time for decisive, uninterrupted governance has come. हम भारत को पुनः विश्व गुरु देखना चाहते हैं, चुनाव गुरु नहीं. Democracy thrives on not just elections, but on effective governance. Currently, frequent elections disrupt administrative continuity and lead to governance paralysis due to repeated imposition of the MCC. This hampers critical decision-making and delays public welfare projects. As the PM rightly pointed out, the staggering 60,000 crores spent on the 2019 Lok Sabha elections alone is a burden on our economy. The money saved from reducing electoral costs could instead be invested in national development properties. The budget spent on Ayushman Bharat alone is a scheme that is just a fraction of what we spend on elections. Imagine the transformative impact if these funds were redirected to healthcare, education, or infrastructure. Frequent elections do not just increase costs, they foster an environment of perpetual campaigning, where governance takes a backseat to political planning. Instead of long-term political planning, parties remain in election mode, prioritizing short-term populism over national progress. हर दूसरे माह कहीं ना कहीं चुनाव का शंखनाद, परंतु विकास का क्या? A synchronized electoral cycle ensures that government at both national and state levels works with stability and political continuity rather than facing uncertainty due to fractured mandates and mid-government collapses. Another overlooked but crucial advantage is increased voter engagement. Voter fatigue from multiple elections result in declining turnout over time. A single well-coordinated engages greater participation, making democracy more representative. Let us rise above partisan lines and embrace a new era of electoral reform, an era where governance is uninterrupted, policies are long-term, and democracy is strengthened. Let us argue not for division, but for progress. And let the conclusions drawn here today be guided by one supreme principle, the greater good of our nation and its people. Lastly, राजनीति का ध्येय विकास होना चाहिए, केवल अगले चुनाव की तैयारी नहीं. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
For nearly 2 decades after independence, India successfully held simultaneous election. If it worked then, why can't it work right now? Are we saying that the world's largest democracy and one of the most trusted democracy is incapable of doing what it once did? Honorable Speaker, esteemed members of the jury and the distinguished members of the House, today I rise as the whip of the government to reinforce the position of our party regarding the 129th Amendment 2024, which seeks to introduce the concept of one nation, one election. The idea of one nation, one election is not merely an administrative reform. It is a strategic move to enhance governance, reduce costs, and strengthen political stability. We do not realize that conducting elections is an expensive process. The government can save billions of money, which can be redirected towards critical development programs like healthcare, education, sanitation, and infrastructure. I would like to highlight the fact that the Election Commission's workload will be streamlined, reducing the chances of errors, delays, and administrative malpractices. Frequent elections create an environment of political uncertainty. We promise a long-term stability. One nation, one election promises a long-term stability, enabling governments to focus on governance instead of constant election campaigning every 6 months. The government, which is of the people, for the people, and by the people, is failing to serve its very own essence, because they are occupied by campaigns, propagandas, elections, and controversies. India is a union of states and not a unitary state. All the states unite together to make one very diverse country, India. And therefore, it is important that even during election, their states come together and have one election for our very own one nation, India. Before I conclude my speech, it is crucial to address our plan for the smooth implementation of the bill, ensuring that our very dear opposition has no reason to question its authenticity. I would like to talk about Article 82A, as already mentioned by our Prime Minister. The President gets the power to keep a check on the regulation and synchronization of election dates,
and scheduled to prevent any kind of clash. We also plan to launch participation programs and ensure voter awareness through campaigns. We will initiate a digital campaign across social media platforms to raise awareness and engage the public. Now, as a computer science engineering student, I would like to highlight the fact that in the age of digitalization, we can utilize biometric and artificial intelligence to make an app for voting to cut down on electoral costs. ये एक भारत है, ये श्रेष्ठ भारत है. इसे जरूरत अलग अलग चुनावों की नहीं बल्कि बदलाव की है और ये बदलाव आप और हम बन सकते हैं. जय हिंद, जय भारत.
षड्यंत्रों को कुचल खड़े हैं, सीना अपना तान यहाँ. लोकतंत्र पहचान हमारी, शक्ति है मतदान यहाँ. अपनी मर्जी अपनी सत्ता चुनने के अधिकारी हैं. ये स्वतंत्र नागरिक भारत के हर अन्याय पर भारी हैं. और इसी मतदान की शक्ति से ऊर्जा प्राप्त करते हुए मैं इस विधेयक के विरुद्ध पुरजोर तरीके से जनता की आवाज बनकर खड़ी हूँ. महोदया, मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगी और इस जनता को अवगत कराना चाहूंगी कि सत्ता की जुमलेबाजी में ना फंसे. एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव साधन हो सकता है, साध्य नहीं. अनुच्छेद 246 एवं संविधान की 7वीं अनुसूची बात करते हैं केंद्रीय सूची, राज्य सूची एवं समवर्ती सूची की. क्या इन पर ये कठोर आघात नहीं होगा महोदया? अनुच्छेद 326, 83 एवं 172 भी आहत होंगे महोदया. अनुच्छेद 75 जो कि विद्रूपता आने पर सत्ता के ऊपर अविश्वास प्रस्ताव जैसी तलवार लटकाए खड़ा रहता है, क्या वह अपनी अस्मिता को नहीं खो देगा महोदया? हमारा सत्ता पक्ष अपने शासन के रास्ते से सभी अड़चनों को इस प्रकार, सभी चुनौतियों को इस प्रकार हटा देना चाहता है जैसे कोई तानाशाह. महोदया, यह विधेयक अल्पसंख्यक समुदायों का दमन करेगा. उदाहरण स्वरूप, एक ओर इनकी लोकसभा के चुनाव चल रहे थे तो दूसरी ओर मणिपुर चल रहा था. ऐसे में जब एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव की नीति आएगी तब क्या होगा आपके राष्ट्र की अंतरराष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा, सीमा सुरक्षा बल का? क्योंकि आपकी सारी पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेस तो तैनात होंगी इनके सफल चुनाव को आयोजित करवाने में. एक रिपोर्ट के अनुसार उच्चतम न्यायालय के सेवानिवृत्त न्यायाधीशों की एक बैठक में यह परिणाम निकलकर सामने आया कि एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव जैसा प्रावधान, ऐसा विधेयक सरासर असंवैधानिक है. अतः मैं इस सदन को ये चेतावनी देना चाहूंगी, उन्हें बताना चाहूंगी कि इनकी जुमलेबाजी में न फंसें बल्कि अपने राष्ट्र को विकसित बनाने की ओर अग्रसर हों. धन्यवाद. जय हिंद, जय भारत.
भारत जो विविधताओं की भूमि है, भिन्नताओं का आकाश है, समंदर है इतिहास का, इंद्रधनुष है आबादी का. सदन की गरिमा को नमस्कार करते हुए मैं याद दिलाना चाहती हूँ, ये भारत जो 4 कोश पर पानी बदले 8 कोश पर वाणी, ऐसे विविधताओं के मुकुट से सुशोभित इस भारत देश में आज एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव जैसे कानून इसके स्वर्णिम स्वप्न विकसित भारत के आड़े आकर खड़े हो गए हैं. ये देश जो विकास के रथ पर सवार उस अर्जुन की भांति है जिसके सारथी स्वयं इस देश की लोकतंत्रात्मकता, संप्रभुता एवं अखंडता है के स्वरूप ये स्वयं श्री कृष्ण के सारथी है. महोदय, मैं अपनी बात को सत्यापित करने के लिए कुछ बिंदु पर प्रकाश डालना चाहूंगी कि 26 जनवरी 1950 को इस अखंड प्रचंड भारत के संविधान के लागू हो जाने के बाद 1951 से 52 तक लोकसभा और राज्य और सभी राज्यों के विधानसभाओं के चुनाव एक साथ सर्वप्रथम कराए गए. इसके बाद लगातार लोकसभा के 3 बार चुनाव इसी प्रथा से हुए, लेकिन सबसे पहले ये चक्र 1959 में टूटा जब केंद्र सरकार ने अनुच्छेद 356 लागू करके तत्कालीन केरला सरकार बर्खास्त कर दी. अर्थात महोदया, मैं कहना चाहूंगी यह वर्तमान चुनावी प्रणाली समय की पुकार है और एकल चुनावी प्रणाली केवल और केवल लोकतंत्र पर एक कटु प्रहार है. महोदय, मैं सत्ता के चुनावी खर्च के आरोपों से जूझते हुए कुछ तथ्य प्रस्तुत करना चाहूंगी. इकोनॉमिक रिपोर्ट के अनुसार अगर देखा जाए तो वर्तमान चुनावी खर्च का 3 गुना बढ़ जाएगा यदि एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव आ जाएगा.
मैं कहती हूँ कि एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव की नीति निष्पादित करेंगे तो जिन संसाधनों की आवश्यकता है उनकी आपूर्ति के लिए अतिरिक्त ध्यान व्यय होगा। महोदय, मैं सुझाव देती हूँ सत्ता को, सरकार को कि बेहतर है वे इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड जैसी नीतियों पर या कैंडिडेट स्पेंडिंग के साथ साथ पार्टी स्पेंडिंग पर निर्वाचन आयोग के कुशल नियंत्रण को लगाने से ऐसे मुद्दों को भी विचारण में लाया जाए तो भी देश का खर्च कम किया जा सकता है। महोदया, मैं मानती हूँ कि जनता की केंद्र स्तर और राज्य स्तर पर आवाजें अलग अलग होती हैं। उन्हें जबरदस्ती एक कैलेंडर में ढाल देना, ना केवल एक कैलेंडर में डाल देना कहीं की समझदारी नहीं, अपितु इस अखंड प्रचंड संप्रभु भारत के संविधान के साथ गद्दारी है। अंत में बस इतना कहना चाहूंगी, यह आशा करती हूँ कि यह सदन इस सागर रूपी विशाल महत्वपूर्ण विषय का मंथन करके एक ऐसे निष्कर्ष पर पहुंचेगा जहां पे भारत के लोकतंत्रात्मकता को सुदृढ़ता प्रदान होगी। धन्यवाद।
फूल शाखों पर खिलने लगे यदि तुम कहो, चाख सीनों के सिलने लगे यदि तुम कहो, पर अंधेरी इस झूठ को, फरेबी इस लूट को मैं नहीं मानती, मैं नहीं मानती, मैं बिल्कुल नहीं मानती। अध्यक्ष महोदया, आज सदन में चर्चा का विषय बना विधेयक एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव के विरुद्ध मैं अपने तर्क लिए आप सभी के समक्ष उपस्थित हूँ। सर्वप्रथम सत्ता पक्ष द्वारा धन को सुरक्षित करने की दलील दी जाती है, जिसका खंडन करते हुए मैं ये कहना चाहूंगी कि भारत निर्वाचन आयोग के पूर्व अध्यक्ष एस.वाई. कुरैशी के अनुसार यदि एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव का विधेयक लाया जाता है तो 40 लाख ईवीएम का अतिरिक्त खर्चा बढ़ जाता है। और जिस धन को सुरक्षित करने की दलील मेरे प्रतिपक्षी साथी देते हैं, वह धन है जो आज राजनेताओं की जेबों में डाला जाता है, वह धन है जो आज जनता को चुप करा देने के लिए डाला जाता है, वह धन है जो आज हमारे राष्ट्र को भीतर से खोखला बनाने के लिए, प्रलोभन के लिए इस्तेमाल किया जाता है। यदि वे चाहते हैं तो इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड जैसी स्कीम का प्रस्तुत करें राष्ट्र के भीतर, जिससे आज सुचारू रूप से विकसित राष्ट्र के स्वप्न को हम सच्चाई में बदल सके। दूसरा बिंदु जिसका खंडन मैं करना चाहूंगी वह है आचार संहिता। महोदया, अगर आज हमारे भारत राष्ट्र में किसी क्षेत्र में चुनाव करिए जाते हैं तो उसमें आचार संहिता लागू की जाती है, परंतु मैं सत्ता से यह कहना चाहूंगी कि जिस विकास कार्य के रुक जाने की दलील वह देते हैं, तो जो विकास वे 5 साल में ना कर सके वे चुनाव के समय कही जाने वाली आचार संहिता को 1 महीने में कैसे कर देंगे। और जिस क्षेत्र में आचार संहिता लगाई जा रही है और दूसरे क्षेत्र में नहीं है, आप वहां विकास कार्य क्यों नहीं बढ़ाते। तीसरा बिंदु मैं कहना चाहूंगी महोदय कि शुभन लाल सक्सेना जो कि संविधान की सभा के सदस्य थे, उनके द्वारा यह कहा गया कि जिस राष्ट्र के संविधान में आज राष्ट्रपति शासन, अविश्वास प्रस्ताव एवं कहे जाए तो आपातकाल जैसे प्रावधान है, वहां इस प्रकार का एक राष्ट्र एवं एक चुनाव का प्रस्ताव लाना पूर्ण रूप से असंवैधानिक होगा। चतुर्थ बिंदु जिस पर मैं प्रकाश डालना चाहूंगी वह है कि इससे क्षेत्रीय मुद्दे दबाए जाते हैं। महोदय, उदाहरण स्वरूप कहना चाहूंगी कि यदि आज एक उड़ीसा में पाए जाने वाले अल्पसंख्यक समूह की परेशानी कुछ और है, परंतु आज एवं दिल्ली में पाए जाने वाले किसी हाई सोसाइटी के मामले की परेशानी अलग है, परंतु जब चुनाव करवाया जाएगा तो उस हाई सोसाइटी की परेशानियों को मद्देनजर रखते हुए केंद्र सरकार अपनी राष्ट्र को आगे लेकर जाएगी एवं उस अल्पसंख्यक समूह को दबा दिया जाएगा। तो उस प्रकार की आवाज को उठाने के लिए क्या मेरी सत्ता पक्ष की यह सरकार अपने ऊपर किसी भी प्रकार का जवाबदेही रखती है? इस प्रकार के जवाब मैं तो नहीं देख सकती, और इस प्रकार से यह प्राप्त होता है उदाहरण स्वरूप कि आज एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव हमारे लिए खतरे के समान है। धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू। Next team, please.
And for the next team, we have Chandigarh University as the government, Shrabani Dev, Ather Nazir, Yashika Chandel. And for the opposition, we have Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar Open University, Joshi Khevana Deep Kumar, Kadia Rajiv Vijay Kumar, and Ipshita Mukherjee. And the next universities are People University and Rajasthan Tukodoji Maharaj Nagpur University.
Please introduce yourself.
My name is Athar and I'm representing Prime Minister of the government.
Namaskar, madam. My name is Sharbani Deb and I'm presenting the President of the government.
Greetings, ma'am, and I'm presenting the whip of the government. And my name is Yashika Chandel.
I'm Ipshita Mukherjee and I am here as the Prime Minister of the Opposition.
नमस्कार, मैं राजवी कड़िया विपक्ष की राष्ट्रपति के रूप में।
नमस्ते मैम, दिस इज केवना जोशी विपक्ष के विप के रूप में। हेलो हेलो।
सभेले सियासत मजे में रहेगी, भरी सब दलों की भी झोली रहेगी। बची एक जनता जो पहले ही दिन से भोली थी, भोली है, भोली रहेगी। 28 states, 8 union territories, 6 national parties, 58 state parties, 98 crore voters from a nation where democracy is still encapsulated in its purest form. Greetings, Honorable Speaker and respected parliamentarians. Holding separate state elections for state legislative assemblies should be an exception rather than the rule. Honorable Speaker, these aren't my words, these are the words of 170th Law Commission report. It is on this note that I have the proud privilege of defending the great bill, the 129th Amendment Bill, also known as One Nation, One Election. Honorable Speaker, this bill attempts to achieve the object of one nation and one election by providing for holding of simultaneous elections to House of People and state legislative assemblies by virtue of equalization of the inconsistencies existing in the current tenure. Madam Speaker, we live in a nation where the value of vote of an IAS officer is equal to the vote of an alcoholic man who physically abuses his wife every night. We live in a nation where the value of vote of you and me is equal to a man who can sell his vote for a bottle of wine. But the difference is we know the value of our vote, but that person doesn't. I ask this House, is it fair to organize more than 1,000 elections in every 5 years to raise the quality of voting, or we can simply align our voting process from the village pradhans to the nation's pradhan mantris on a single day, ensuring a quality voting? Honorable Speaker, responsibility is questioned when a man can sell his vote without thinking about the nation's progress. This is where the literature of our nation says, जिस दिन भूखी अंतड़ियों को प्रमाद बहुत सुहाता है, उस दिन मेरा लोकतंत्र एक चुटकी में बिक जाता है. Thank you.
The sound of 1,000 ballots is not just a mere echo, but the collective heartbeats of a nation. But what if in these cacophony we've lost the rhythm of governance, the rhythm of progress, and rhythm of unity? Why do we allow our nation to be fractured? Why do we let resources, time, energy gets wasted again and again, years after years, when a unified solution can bring out our true potential? Honorable Speaker, Namaskar. As my learned PM has already put forward our stance, I would only like to amplify by setting a basis on why implementation of one nation, one election is crucial in recent times. The bill proposes certain amendments. Amendments such as 82A, simultaneous elections to the House of the People and all legislative assemblies. Article 83, duration of Houses of Parliament. Article 172, duration of state legislatures. And Article 327, the power of Parliament to make provision with respect to elections to legislature. We need these amendments for the social, political, and economical development of a country. We need to understand that in the past 5 years, we have lost 800 days of governance. 800 days, which means in 5 years, we have lost 2 years, 2 months, and 10 days. And that is the time when no policy was approved, as apparently the government was being paused. Not to forget, Honorable Speaker, that frequency of conducting these elections give rise to electoral malpractices. For example, in 2024 state assembly elections in states like Maharashtra and Jharkhand, an agency discovered over rupees 1,000 crore of worth, which was intended to buy voters. One nation, one election will minimize this opportunity where people trade the essence of democracy for a mere bottle of liquor. Under Article 82A1, the bill grants the power to set a single appointed date for all elections, and this eliminates the election delays like the 1951 Himachal Pradesh case. Unified election allows parties to break free from the shackles of majoritarian populists. In simpler words, a regional party has their influence over the majority of that area. for example, TMC in West Bengal for Bengalis. But this ends up being the marginalization of other residents in that very same area. Now, what one nation, one election would do? They would inspire them to account for all religion, all regions, and hence pushing for inclusivity. With one nation, one election, we choose integrity, we choose transparency, and we choose a future with a better democracy. At the end, I would just like to say, the banners rise, the speeches roar, the rich dine grand, the poor stay sore. And yet again, it's election lore. Thank you, Jai Hind, Jai Jagannath.
The rich feast on biryani, the poor settle for rice. And yet again, it's that time of the year, it's that never-ending time, it's election time. Honorable Speaker and esteemed parliamentarians of the House, as the whip for the proposition, I stand here not just to support the motions, but to dismantle the opposition's arguments piece by piece. One nation, one election means less chaos, less expense, but more governance. A synchronized election ensures stability, accountability, and helps us work towards the ultimate goal of Vikshit Bharat. But this isn't empowering enough for my opposition. Ladies and gentlemen, the counters I'm about to present are anticipated counters. Fellow parliamentarians, the dissolution of the government is followed by constitutional mechanisms to restore governance that have been addressed in the high-level committee on simultaneous elections, led by President Ram Nath Kovind. The committee recommended amending Articles 83 and Article 172 to ensure the newly elected government would serve for remaining time, ensuring the proper addressal of this issue. Critics argue that one nation, one election might go against the basic structure of the constitution. But after the case of Indira Gandhi versus Rajnarayan in 1975, the elections were recognized as the basic structure, and cases like PUCL supported. But neither of these supported neither the time period, neither the conduction, implying one nation, one election does not go against the basic structure of the constitution. The opposition might criticize the working feasibility of one nation, one election. But how can something that has already been implemented on a national level be doubted? Yes, delegates, I talk of the timeline 1951 to 1969. One nation, one election not only was implemented, but prevailed. And I'm proud to say it was never rebutted. I believe it can be implemented again, based not on dreams and visions, but on proof of empowerment. The GDP is expected to rise by 4% on approval of one nation, one election. In the terms of 2024, this is the budget of 1/3 of the medical expenditure and half of the education budget. I ask the opposition, when 100 to 200 days are lost every year to the Model Code of Conduct, a duration in which a whole budget bill can be passed, then how can I not question the opposition's commitment? Because what they are not ready to change, they are undeniably choosing. I would like to end by saying कि इतनी सी बात हवाओं को बताए रखना, रोशनी होगी चिरागों को जलाए रखना. धन्यवाद.
I strongly affirm that one nation, one election should not be implemented in our democratic country, Bharat. Honorable Speaker, ma'am, India is a federal country, and by implementing one nation, one election, there will be the erosion of the state autonomy. The power will be snatched away from the state government. Secondly, local issues, which is the major cause of any bankruption of any country. Local issues and the local leaders will be diminished in one nation, one election, and only national leaders and national issues will be highlighted by medias and during campaigns only. I would like to ask a question: what will happen if there is a government collapse? Either there will be president's rule or there will be by-election, which will automatically nullify the purpose of one nation and one election. Remember, till 1967, simultaneous election used to happen in India, but because of the same reason, it was later discontinued. Because of one nation, one election, if it will be implemented in our country, there will be rise in the logistical problems of India. More EVMs, more VVPATs, more electorals, both will be required, which will ultimately give rise to more expenditure, more fund, more burden on election commissions of India, workforce and corruption. Corruption will also rise. How? It will be easy to manipulate the voting counts at the local levels. Respected and honorable Speaker, ma'am, today, because of the frequent elections only, people of India get aware about the political structure of our country. But because of one nation and one election, there will be reduced in the political awareness. So my friends of ruling party, in today's scenario, one nation, one election is not at all practical and possible. This will only bring disruption in the political stability. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
आदरणीय महोदया जी, आज एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव के इस बिल पर मैं अपना विरोध प्रस्तुत करते हुए मैं ये कहना चाहूंगी कि एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव केवल एक नारा नहीं, अपितु ये सीधा प्रहार है हमारे राष्ट्र की संरचना के ऊपर। और ये बात कहते हुए कि एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव केवल कुछ बात नहीं चंद पैसे बचाने की, बल्कि ये बात है आज हमारे राज्य की स्वतंत्रता और राज्यों की अपनी राजनीति की। आज जब हर प्रदेश की अपनी कहानी, हर प्रदेश की अपनी कहानी, हर मुद्दा अलग, हर बात पुरानी, तमिल की भाषा, असम की बाढ़, क्या एक चुनाव सुनेगा देश की हर आवाज? आज एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव जब देश में आएगा, तब न केवल हमारे देश की लोकतंत्र पर असर पड़ेगा, अपितु हमारे देश का लोक संघ पर कमजोर होगा। और ये बात केवल हम नहीं, अपितु 2018 में लॉ कमीशन ऑफ इंडिया ने भी कहा था कि ये जब एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव देश में लागू करना होगा तो आर्टिकल 82, 83, 172 और 175 में सुधार करना होगा, तभी ये एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव लागू होगा। तब तक आज के भारत में ये असंभव है। और ये बात सत्ता पक्ष ये कह रहे हैं कि हमारे देश में ये एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव आएगा तो खर्च में कम होगा। अरे मैं कह रही हूँ कि एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव हमारे देश में आएगा तो जब करोड़ों लोग मतदान मथकों पर जाएंगे, लाखों लोग अपनी सुरक्षा पर तैनात होंगे, जब कई मतदाता लोग मतदान मथकों पर वक्त की बचत अधिक से अधिक हमारी बिजली की खपत होगी और ईवीएम से ज्यादा वीवीपैट भी अधिक होगा, तब हमारे देश में इस पर खर्चा कम कैसे होगा? आज इस पे 3 गुना तक ज्यादा खर्च बढ़ने की आवश्यकता अनुमान लगाया जाता है। और महोदया जी, मैं ये भी कहना चाहूंगी कि ये खर्च तो केवल कम है, लेकिन जब पंचायती राज, लोकसभा, विधानसभा, नगरपालिका और इन सभी चुनावों में जब नगरपालिका की रैलियां, कार्यक्रम, कितने ऐसे प्रोग्राम होंगे जिन पर हमारे देश में खर्च होगा, तो इस पर कैसे कह सकते हैं कि हमारे देश में खर्च कम होगा? और इसी पर से मैं ये बात निश्चित तरह से पूछना चाहूंगी कि आज इस बात की कौन सी निश्चितता है हमारे राष्ट्र में कि हमारी जो सरकार बनेगी वो सरकार केवल कोई गिरेगी नहीं। अरे 1966 से 90 तक के ये आंकड़े दिखाते हैं कि 88 बार कई राष्ट्रों में आज राष्ट्रपति शासन लागू हुआ और ये अनुमान है कि 66% तक जब एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव लागू होगा तब 66% तक ये बात फिर से दोहराई जाएगी और 77% तक ये अनुमान है कि जब ये बात आएगी तो लोकसभा और विधानसभा में केवल एक सत्ता पार्टी होगी, तो हमारी डेमोक्रेसी का क्या होगा? इसीलिए ये बात मैं कहना चाहूंगी कि आज हमें महोदय जी का एक ध्यान ज्वलंत मुद्दे पर करना चाहूंगी कि जब हमारे देश में ऐसी बहुत सारी बातें हैं कि किसानों की गरीबी हो, बेटियों की पर किसी शिक्षा की हो, छात्रवृत्ति हो या किसी मजदूर की आमदनी हो, इन पर हम चर्चा नहीं करेंगे और केवल हम एक राष्ट्र के चुनाव पर बड़े बड़े राष्ट्रीय मुद्दों पर करेंगे, तो इस देश का विकास विकसित भारत की ओर तक आगे कैसे बढ़ेगा? इसीलिए मैं एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव का समर्थन करते हुए इस बिल को विरोधी बात करना चाहती हूँ। अस्तु, जय हिंद।
जो सच है उसके साथ खड़े हैं हम, जो सच है उसके साथ खड़े हैं हम, इसीलिए सत्ता पक्ष की आंखों में अड़े हैं हम, इसीलिए सत्ता पक्ष की आंखों में अड़े हैं हम। माननीय महोदया, हमारे सत्ता पक्ष के प्रतिनिधि सत्ता की जोर में इतने अंध हो चुके हैं कि वे लोकतंत्र की हत्या करने पर उतर आए हैं। जी हाँ महोदया, चुनाव लोकतंत्र का प्राण है और ये तो एक छोटा बच्चा भी समझता है कि चुनाव की फ्रीक्वेंसी जितनी अधिक रहती है उतनी ही हमारे देश की डेमोक्रेसी स्ट्रांग रहती है। महोदया, यदि राष्ट्रीय और स्थानिक चुनाव साथ में होंगे तो राष्ट्रीय मुद्दे एवं राष्ट्रीय नेता प्रचार में हाईलाइट होंगे, उसमें हावी हो जाएंगे। क्या स्थानीय मुद्दों को एवं स्थानीय नेताओं को स्थान मिलेगा? एक शहर की बात है कि गीता के पिताजी उसके अभ्यास के लिए नया लैपटॉप लाए हैं क्योंकि चाय की टपरी के उनके बिजनेस में चुनाव के कारण बड़ी ही अभिवृद्धि आई है। जी हाँ महोदया, ये छोटे छोटे जो व्यवसाय है फ्रीक्वेंट इलेक्शंस के कारण इनको बहुत ही ज्यादा फायदा भी होता है और रोजगार भी मिलता है। महोदया, सत्ताधारी प्रस्ताव तो लाए हैं किंतु मुझे शंका होती है कि स्वयं ही क्या वे इसे समझ पाए हैं या नहीं। यदि समझ पाते तो उनके मन में ये प्रश्न अवश्य होते। जी हाँ महोदया, यदि किसी सरकार का पतन अविश्वास प्रस्ताव के कारण होता है तो उस वक्त चुनाव कैसे कराए जाएंगे? क्या राष्ट्रपति शासन लगाना या फिर चुनावों में विलंब करना लोकतंत्र के सिद्धांतों का अवलोकन नहीं होगा? महोदया, मुझे शंका भी होती है और डर भी लगता है कि एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव की आड़ में सत्ताधारी पक्ष देश को बेवजह राष्ट्रपति शासन में कहीं ना थोप दे। महोदया, एक समय की बात है कि किसी आंदोलन में से एक नेता बाहर आया और उसने प्रजा को बहुत सारे वादे किए। भोली सी प्रजा ने उस पर विश्वास रखा और उसे सत्ता दी, किंतु सत्ता में आने के बाद वो नेता प्रजा के वो वादे भूल गया और अपना महल सजाने में लग गया। जनता भोली अवश्य थी किंतु जनता ना समझ नहीं थी। जनता ने अगले मध्यावधि चुनाव के अंदर अपनी शक्ति का प्रदर्शन किया। महोदया, मध्यावधि चुनाव संतुलन एवं नियंत्रण का बहुत ही अच्छा भूमिका निभाते हैं। यदि कोई सरकार अच्छा प्रतिनिधित्व नहीं कर पा रही है तो मतदाता अपना असंतोष राज्य चुनाव के द्वारा प्रकट कर सकते हैं। सत्ताधारी इस डर के कारण ये प्रस्ताव ला रहे हैं क्योंकि वे जानते हैं कि उनके द्वारा किए गए वादे पूरे करने में सक्षम नहीं है। अंत में मैं इतना ही कहूंगी कि सत्ता पाने के चक्कर में राष्ट्र को मत भूल जाना। आंखें होते हुए भी धृतराष्ट्र मत बन जाना। ये देश ये राष्ट्र रहा तो रहेंगे हम और आप भी। ये देश ये राष्ट्र रहा तो रहेंगे आप और हम भी। बात आए देश की, बात आए चुनाव की, 13 दिन की सरकार मत भूल जाना। बात आए देश की, बात आए चुनाव की, 13 दिन की सरकार मत भूल जाना। धन्यवाद।
Thank you. Next team.
Now we have the People's University represented by Dania Ansari, Janvi Jadon, Sanskriti Lidoria, assuming the role of government on the stage, followed by Rashtrasant Tukadoji Maharaj Nagpur University, represented by Mehendi Khatun Sheikh, Anushka Parthasarathi Nag, Kushali Jain Dalal, assuming the role of opposition on the stage. Further, I would like to request Dr. C.V. Raman University to kindly occupy the front seats and be ready.
Please introduce.
I am Sanskriti, Prime Minister of the government. I am Janvi, President of the government.
Good evening, ma'am. I am Dania, Whip of the government.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, ma'am. I am the Prime Minister of the opposition. My name is Anushka Nag. Thank you very much.
Good evening, ma'am. My name is Kushali Dalal. I am the whip for, I am the president for the opposition.
Hello. Warm greetings, everyone. My name is Mehendi Khatun Sheikh, and I am playing the role of whip in the opposition.
I come from the Bharat, where the mind is set free, where thought is not shackled but soars ever higher, constructing a sovereign, socialist, secular and a democratic republic, one that truly secures justice, liberty and equality for all its citizens. But today, our democracy is fractured by perpetual elections, a cycle that bleeds resources, paralyzes policy making and drowns governance in political one-upmanship. Is this the Bharat we envision? The power of one unified election, one nation, one election is not just a policy change, it is a revolution, a call for a unified, progressive and forward-thinking India. We can't deny the fact that the country in which we live in, where more than 50% of the population is relying on the ration card. In this case, if we go for a unified election, we can save 1.5% GDP. No more policy paralysis, no more stalled projects due to the model code of conduct, no more voters' fatigue, just a single decisive moment to shape the future of the nation and states together. India stands at a crossroad. Will we cling to the inefficiencies of the past, or will we march boldly into a future of streamlined governments and national progress? The choice is ours. The time for fragmented governance is over. The time for one nation, one election is now. Let us embrace this bold transformative leap and build the Bharat of our dreams. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Honorable Speaker, India's democratic fabric thrives on citizen participation, inclusivity, and accountability. The reform of one nation, one election will help unify these principles and prevent the division of our nation into multiple fragments. Honorable Speaker, considering the multifaceted nature of our Indian democracy, I strongly support that the electoral polls for the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha should be conducted together, as it promotes the implementation of crucial policies in an efficient manner, which will further help India to develop through the beneficence of its electorates, and highlighting one of the most important goals of Vikshit Bharat, that is a sustainable development. This unification will also decrease the exchequer and energy expenditure of our country from a high amount such as 90,000 crores to just 4,500 crores. Following in a chain reaction, the local bodies will not be losing their power and their recognition, along with the ruling parties focusing on efficient governance, as highlighted by the federal structure of our constitution. As we are all aware of the classical parliamentary democracy, which since years is known to promote fabric communalism, casteism, and religiosism, which will considerably decrease when we embrace this new reform, further uniting India in its diversity. Significantly, this change will not only reduce internal but also external border disputes that are further highlighted during the multiple pollings that are carried across all over the country for personal gains. In a conventional democratic setup, the ruling and the opposition parties source their funds from rich businessmen, renowned political leaders, and return the favor by modifying the policies to favor their growth. Upon accepting one nation, one election, we are demolishing crony capitalism, further forcing our parliament to make policy for the people, which will be aligned to our needs. Secondly, as in the following years, India advances towards e-governance and digital voting. A single election framework simplifies the rollout of these tech upgrades, which can be blockchain-based voting or real-time voter verification. Lastly, frequent elections are also known to amplify the divisive issues of our country, like caste and religion, as these parties exploit these fault lines for their votes in different religions to different timelines.
Honorable speakers, members of this house, and worthy opponents, first let me be very logical about the argument that I see the opposition think one nation, one election means one culture, one religion, one language, one leader, and dictatorship. The answer is no, a big no. One nation, one election means Lok Sabha and Vidhan Sabha election together. Together for a better India. For India to focus on sustainable development goals. India where policy making and fake promises won't be happen, but its implementation.
India where women will be more safer. India where not only GDP, but per capita GDP will rise from 139th position. India where teachers are not busy in elections every year, where politicians are not busy in social fabric for own gain. Now, I would like to answer the concerns of my worthy opponents. One nation, one election does not impact federalism, as regional parties are not hampered. The structure of Indian government is not changed. From panchayat to central government, we are structurally very strong. One nation, one election will help voices to not only raise but heard. My opponent asked one nation, one election lead to change of Article 83, 85, 172, 174 and 356. Will it impact democracy? I must say, if we never adapt the change, we never get freedom from Britishers. We never get this constitution. Quoting Mahatma Gandhi, you must be the change you wish to see in the world. Now, I would like to explain how one nation, one election strengthens India's democracy as it does in United Kingdom and USA, a strong democratic nation. Today, we see 50% of voter participation. One nation, one election will even increase tribals, migrants' voter participation. A famous poet quote, "Sarhad par tanhao hai kya, pata karo chunav hai kya." Due to the multiple election, parties forces strong disputes for their own gain. One nation, one election definitely decrease the fact strengthening global relations. Let's understand how elections expenditure funds managed. Mostly by rich businessmen, parties took the fund. In return, they make policies according to the businessmen, not for the people. If one nation, one election, the funds requirement will decrease and crony capitalism, electoral fatigue will also decrease. The policy paralysis due to mode of conduct will also decrease. In conclusion, I would say the dream of Vikshit Bharat, a Bharat where Lakshmi is not only worshipped but more safer, a Bharat where youth is not unemployed but vocationally strong, a Bharat where unity stands in diversity.
सिर्फ हंगामा खड़ा करना मेरा मकसद नहीं, मेरी कोशिश है कि सूरत बदलनी चाहिए. मेरे दिल में नहीं तो तेरे दिल में सही हो आग, पर कहीं आग जलनी चाहिए. Honorable Speaker and fellow parliamentarians, the fire that I speak of is the fire of democracy. It is the fire of federalism, and it is the very fire that fuels the heartbeat of India. But the very government that is sitting here is trying to extinguish this fire. They call it a necessity. They call it the need of an hour. They call it one nation, one election. But I call it one nation, one illusion. Honorable Speaker, why is the government so afraid of the voices that the people will take up? Why is the government so adamant on muting the electorate? Why are they reducing the political responsibility that is upon them? Why are they tearing down the federal structure and the diversity, which is the very fabric of our democracy? India is a subcontinent made up of 28 states and 8 union territories. We are the epitome of diversity. Is the government trying to make a statement that the political and social aspirations of Jammu and Kashmir and Kerala the same? How is this bill going to justify this problem? The government is continuously pushing on the argument that this bill will save resources, will reduce cost. But according to B.S. Chauhan committee report, electoral expenses are actually very good for our economy as they result in tax revenue. Let me remind the government that the 1.35 lakh crore that we have spent in the 2024 general election is an investment that we have made to be proudly called the largest democracy in the world. In the end, I would like to say that we do not need this bill, we do not need this illusion. We need a policy that strengthens the democracy at each and every level, because the fire must keep burning. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Policies may shape the headlines, but
The real change is measured in the lives of the common people. I ask the government, are we seeing the change? No. Lend me your ears, ladies and gentlemen, when I ask you to focus when I state the data that the current rate of defection in India is 89% and re-elections are happening 70%. When I say that this practice was earlier prevalent in our country, one should learn from the history, but the government fails to learn from it. When I say, Honorable Speaker, that the government neglected and failed to take the advice and assistance from the judiciary, because everyone in the government stated regarding Article 83, 85, 172 and everything, the government also claims on the false that the regional issues wouldn't be get neglected. But I ask here the question to the government that I ask about Article 243 subclause K and Article 243 subclause ZA, which talks about and deals with the local bodies election guaranteed and conducted by the Election Commission of India. No one addressed about the amendments that the Constitution was asking there. Also, the articles, there were other also amendments. Representation of the People Act 1951. No one talked about it. Honorable Speaker, I again grab your attention on the topic when I say that combining voters list, State Election Commission of India and Election Commission of India will need a combined voter list. But no one addressed about the problems because itself, the state has an autonomy, the state has electoral rolls because 8 states have exception to it. Itself, Odisha has an exception because it has the state autonomy over its state legislations. When I say that the government and the One Nation, One Election bill fails to address the necessity to enhance voter awareness and the civic education, I ask the government, how will the government make the people understand on the local level regarding the complex mechanism of the bill? When I say that, Speaker, hence it is pertinent to mention that the government claims maliciously that One Nation, One Election will reduce the corruption and have taken inspiration from the countries like Brazil, Sweden, South Africa, USA, and other more countries where simultaneous elections are practiced. But I state them, the weak research which they have done, that according to the Corruption Perception Index, it has ranked very low on it. And they also practice different kind of governments in their own state. At the conclusion, when I state that One Nation, One Election is a subversive idea based on the delusions of monarchical grandeur. Thank you.
हेलो 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 तुमसे पहले जो शख्स यहाँ तख्त नशी था उसे भी अपने खुदा होने पर इतना ही यकीन था. Honorable Chair, through you I would like to urge this House to strongly oppose this bill that claims to be a reform but in reality is a strategic and manipulative idea to assassinate democracy and silence the regional powers. Let me bring about this topic in the House that India is independent only from the past 77 years, which makes it a procedural democracy instead of a pure, true democracy. How do we become one true democracy? By involving the voices of people, by involving the representation of people. And how does that happen? By frequent elections. My second point, the Article 1 of the Constitution defines India as a union of states. Then what about burning Manipur? What about the arsenic cancer belt in Punjab? What about the reservation rights in Chhatrapati Sambhaji Nagar? What about the Kashmir insurgency? How does the government decide to address these issues where in One Nation, One Election, only national issues will be addressed and all of this will be marginalized? My next argument, ladies and gentlemen, is that my fellow parliamentarians are waving the flag of piety by saying that India will curb corruption. But in an ideal situation, if elections happen after 5 years or 6 years, then every political party will be in a position like that of Yudhishthira in Mahabharat, where they will use Sam, Dam, Dandabhed to win the elections. How does the ruling party address that? Coming to the logistics part of it, my worthy fellow parliamentarians in the ruling party have forgotten that in 2023, when the world just woke up from a global pandemic, they had the audacity to spend 4,000 crores on a 3-day event in the G20 campaign. But when India as a nation is investing only 0.3% of its GDP, they have a problem. Is it not satiating their personal needs instead of addressing the issues of the local people? My next argument is that we do not accept this bill at all because the policies that you are giving are baseless. You are saying that it will reduce the cost, but let me tell you that even if this bill is passed, we will require at least 13 lakh more polling booths, 26 lakh more EVMs, and approximately 27 lakh VVPATs. And the EVMs will need to be replaced every 15 years, which will require almost 10,000 crores. Then how do you address that? All I would like to say is हमें मालूम है जन्नत की हकीकत, लेकिन दिल के बहलाने को ये ख्याल अच्छा है. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Last team for the day.
And last but not the least, we have Dr. C.V. Raman University, who will play their role as government, and the representatives are Ritu Raj, Sakshi Saurav, Sakshi Kumari.
Please introduce.
Good evening, Chair, esteemed member of House. I am Sakshi as a Prime Minister. Warm greetings to all the honorable presence and chairs. Myself, Sakshi Saurabh, being the President for the government.
नमस्कार, मैं ऋतुराज, मैं वीप का प्रतिनिधित्व करते हुए
Today, I stand before you to propose a bold, transformative reform, one nation, one election. This is not just about efficiency. It's about strengthening democracy. India, the world's largest democracy, finds itself trapped in an endless cycle of election. Every few months, state or national election hurts government, diverts resource, and draining the economy. How much longer can we afford this? Leaders who lead, not always campaign. Frequent election bring with little gain. One strong vote, a future bright, a stable notation, shining light. One nation, one election is not just reform. It is a revolution in governance. It is the keys to stability, efficiency, and stronger democracy. The opposition may cling to outdated system, but we embrace progress. We stand for a nation where governance is uninterrupted resource and saved, where democracy thrives and its purest form. The future of India is calling, and we must answer for unity, for progress, for people, one nation, one election. And with that, I rest my case. By following the path of our Prime Minister, one nation, one election is not just an idea, it's the need of the hour. Yes, you heard that right. It's not just an idea, it's the need of the hour. We stand today at the critical core in the health of democratic evolution. The proposal for the one nation, one election presents an opportunity to modernize our electoral system, but it also recognizes a serious constitutional considerations. The crook of the truth. India's governance need transformation, and one nation, one election is the key forwarded. As this promises stability, efficiency, and democracy that works for the people, but not against the time and resources. Why to disrupt? Yes, why to disrupt? Why to divide? Let's elect once and and strike the pride. So I ask the House, do we continue wasting resources, halting governance, and confusing voters, or do we embrace an efficient timeline democracy? Many advanced democracies like South Africa and Indonesia successfully conduct the simultaneous elections. If they can, why can't we? Ladies and gentlemen, this is about the future of India. Do we choose efficiency over chaos, stability over disruption, progress over stagnations, and unity over divisions? The answer is pretty clear that one nation, one election is the way that we can forward the nation. As we stand the crossroad of change, let's choose a path that strengthens the governance, empowers the strengths of citizen, and upholds the spirit of democracy with this move. Why divide? Why delay? Listen carefully. Why divide? Why delay? Let's just vote once and pave the way. Less confusion, more control. A united nation is the goal. With one decision, clear and strong governance, last steady and slog. Over to the whip.
भारत का चिंतन कहता है, भारत का चिंतन कहता है कि सारा विश्व हमारा है। भारत ही वो धरती है, भारत ही वो धरती है जिसने हर संस्कृति को स्वीकारा है। भारत ही वो धरती है जिसने हर संस्कृति को स्वीकारा है। तो क्यों कर रहा राष्ट्र हमारा, तो क्यों कर रहा राष्ट्र हमारा मतदाताओं की सूची अलग, मतदाताओं की सूची अलग। सभ्यता व संस्कृति से परिपूर्ण ऐतिहासिक व पावन भूमि उड़ीसा, सभागार में विराजमान सभी शुद्धिजनों को मेरा सादर प्रणाम। हमारे भारतवर्ष में लगातार चुनाव होते रहता है, परिणाम आपके समक्ष है महोदया। एक चुनाव कराने में लगभग 60 करोड़ का खर्चा होता है। चुनावी खर्चा, आचार संहिता, सुरक्षा बल, प्रशासन, इतना खर्च करना आवश्यक है, ये मैं प्रश्न पूछना चाहूंगी। वोटिंग की वजह से हमारे समाज में जो अस्थिरता आती है वही भारत को प्रगति करने से वंचित करती है महोदया, वही भारत को प्रगति करने से वंचित करती है महोदया। महोदय, एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव, एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव कब लागू होगा? तो मैं ये प्रश्न का उत्तर देना चाहूंगी कि जब मैं आप हम सभी मिलकर संगठित हो जाएं, संकल्पित हो जाएं, उस दिन हमारे राष्ट्र में, जी हाँ, उस दिन हमारे राष्ट्र में एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव लागू हो जाएगा। भारत के मतदाताओं के नीर छीर विवेक पे कभी संकोच ना करें महोदया, नीर छीर विवेक पे कभी संकोच ना करें। आओ एक संकल्प करें, भारत के चुनाव मूल्यों को मजबूत करने के लिए राह पे एक साथ चले। आओ संकल्प करें। महोदय, अगर हम संगठित व संकल्पित होकर एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव को साकार कर दे तो चुनावों में होने वाले व्यर्थ खर्चों से बच जाएंगे। और हमारे गांव में, हमारे समाज में आज भी ऐसी महिलाएं हैं जिन्हें समानता का अधिकार नहीं दिया जा रहा है। उन पैसों से हम उनके स्वास्थ्य, शिक्षा व समानता के अधिकार पे खर्च कर सकते हैं, जिससे हमारा राष्ट्र प्रगति की ओर चलेगा श्रीमन, हमारा राष्ट्र प्रगति की ओर बढ़ेगा। एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव, एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव ना रुकेगा आचार संहिता की वजह से, ना रुकेगा आचार संहिता की वजह से भारत की प्रगति, ना रुकेगी प्रशासनिक लोगों के ऊपर, ना रुकेगी प्रशासनिक लोगों के ऊपर एक बोझ, एक गुरूर और एक बोझ। स्वामी विवेकानंद जी ने कहा था महोदया, स्वामी विवेकानंद जी ने कहा था, यदि मुझे 100 ऊर्जावान युवा मिल जाए तो मैं इस देश की दशा व दिशा दोनों को बदल के रख दूं। तो मैं ये प्रश्न पूछना चाहूंगी, भारत में 70% युवा वर्ग है, तो क्यों नहीं हम एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव को अग्रसित कर इस राष्ट्र को प्रगति करने में अपनी योग्यता प्रदान करेंगे? क्यों नहीं? जय नारी सशक्तिकरण, जय युवा शक्ति, जय जगन्नाथ, जय उड़ीसा। धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू।
Hello. With that, we conclude today's session. A special thanks to all the participants for maintaining such a high quality of debate. and an extensive gratitude towards all the jury members for ensuring the smooth flow of the proceedings. Further informations, participants, make sure you are here by 9:30 a.m. tomorrow for the quarterfinals. The list of the 20 selected teams along with the topics for tomorrow's quarterfinals will be sent to you in a few hours. You'll be receiving the information as soon as possible. Just ensure you are here by 9:30 by any means. Thank you.